Hello, folks. Need to run some ads here before we get into things proper. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome to the channel once more. We've got ourselves a pretty phenomenal set of games today, which I'm quite excited for. Get these ads rolling. And get ready for our big old showdown here between JDG and Top Esports, which theoretically be a very competitive one. JDG did have to work a little bit on their way up here. Top Esports look pretty damn good. Hello, League of Legends caster Initialise as XKirby in chat, as they have resubscribed for, according to Twitch chat, 57 months, 60 months by the activity feed. So there's some discrepancies in here, but that is irrelevant to XKirby's statement. He says, I am in your walls. This is because I have decided to move into them as an attempt to save on rent. However, I regret to inform you that your landlord has found out I moved in and is now charging me rent anyway, rendering the whole effort pointless, much like this message. Regards, your XKirby. Well, Kirby, thank you for joining me in my walls regardless. I appreciate that. They're at least relatively wholesome and cozy in there. Welcome to the flat. Right, let me turn this volume on so you can see what's going on. I'm going to get myself a coffee, and I will return very shortly.
我觉得滔博的话，他们是一支进攻性很强的队伍吧。感觉面对到他们的话，就是我们在他们进攻的回合的时候，做好自己这方面的防守。
那与此同时，今天要在赛场上面对到你的好朋友风月了。上一场他们赢了之后，在赛后采访也是喊话了你一下。此时此刻有什么想对他说的吗？
感觉他最近过得有点太舒服了，太狂妄了。今天势必拿下他。
哇，你们俩的喊话永远不让人失望。好的，让我们一起期待精彩的对决。同时为大家邀请到滔博的中路选手 Cream， 欢迎小奶油跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博的中单 Cream。
那其实和京东也是非常熟悉的对手，今天觉得和红 Q 在中路的博弈当中需要多注意哪些部分呢？
就多注意一下我们两边的对线情况吧。
那与此同时的话，也想问到整个淘汰赛，你希望队伍能够展现出什么样的一些面貌给所有观众朋友们呢？
就希望展现出比较有冲劲的一支队伍吧，觉得我们是。
好的，期待你们的精彩表现。
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。618买3C 数码上京东，爆品买贵赔，国补叠加以旧换新5折起。扫描上方2维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然站吧。奥风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做奥风。
欢迎来到 LPL。
Well, I've got my coffee. I'm good to go. I'm excited, and we should be. Ooh, fancy piano entrance.
北京京东 Gaming。Gala、小徐、俊佳、红 Q、Vampire。
Ooh, yes. Get used to that one. Hello, hello, folks. Let's zoom that camera in a little, shall we? That looks a bit more like it. Sup, Beijing? Hello, hello. Good morning, chats. Where's OMG? Unfortunately, they will not be playing for the rest of the year. Thank you for the follow there, by the way. Definitely not Isma. Oh, definitely not Sima, sorry. See, definitely not Isma. See, wow. LEC jungler with some taste. But I can't read, is what we've learned here. I'm a bit quiet. Actual real quiet. Huh, okay. Huh. That's odd. I mean, I'm fine here. Let's be checking the OBS things. I think it's fine. Might be the audio. Maybe the audio is too loud. Wow, it's only on 13. Huh. It's like, it does feel quite loud, to be fair. I think they just got a very loud intro sequence, is the honest answer. To be fair, I'm listening to the feed, and their audio is almost on the edge of distorting, so I think they've just got the music at absolutely ridiculous level. Taking shelter here because Aragon's not streaming. He's at TwitchCon doing the ARAM Mayhem stuff.
LPL 第2赛段淘汰赛第3日，北京 JDG 对阵欧国即将开始。LPL 无畏尽巅峰。
High hopes for this series. Me too. I'm excited for this one. But you're very welcome to take shelter here. Okiori, welcome on in. It is just me today. For now, at the very least. Loser of this series plays against BLG. Yes, I think that's the... Well, theoretically, it's a bit more complicated than that. There might... Because I think there's BLG... have got to do a match first, I believe. They'll play the winner of BLG versus... Who? Hang on, let me just pull up there. Let me pull up the map. Oh, come on. Good grief. Fandom, why are you such an appalling website? Let's have a look, let's have a look, let's have a look. Let me see the exact breakdown. Where are you? Huh. BLG EDG, yeah, that would make some sense. Where are you? Come on. There we go. Found it. So the website was being very funny indeed. Yeah, it's BLG, EDG, TTL, GT. Winner will play one of the losers of JDG Top Esports / ALWE. While the BLG are down there in the first place. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to happen yesterday. And here we are, so... Is the stream settings wrong on this? Let me double check. Sorry, were you saying it's the... Oh, it is. Sorry, they've not put that on right, have they? 1 second. You're right. Thank you. I'll correct that now. Appreciate that, Anivia chat. Sorry, I wasn't one in charge of setting that one up, so I left it online. Oh, who ya ads? Good grief. There we go. Goodbye. Should be in the draft fairly shortly by the sounds of that music. Bisto. Bisto. So, top esports blue side, JDG red. First pick, though, will be JDG's on red side. Rumble gets through, Rumble gets locked in. That shouldn't surprise anybody. Should not surprise anybody. Rise as a response. Fine, not exactly unexpected either. Let me just check my quality here. Yeah, we can do better. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, that felt a little bit fuzzy. Resolve that. Probably want a jungler here as well, I would imagine. Alongside that Rise. LOG, good to see you. Caspier Ashoff, alongside that Oriana. Trundle being banned first game is interesting, but it does take it over from TN, who's been using that quite aggressively at the level 1. Basically, level 1 Trundle beats most other level 1 junglers, including things like the Nocturne, don't have the most fun. But TN is just going to lock his Lee Sin. Obviously, very, very famous on the champion. G2 2019, still have nightmares about it. TN Lee Sin Pog, yep. Yep. And obviously very good pairing with the Rise, because Rise with the Rune Prison allows Lee Sin to have a free Q combo, which is very, very nasty. And obviously, Rise, the early power isn't necessarily that strong in themselves. They take a couple items to come online. But pairing that with the Lee Sin is very, very good setup for Lee with that point and click. And so actually does end up giving the Rise a lot more early potency as well. Junja will therefore pick up the Vi. It's very good with Rumble. Wherever Vi ults, Rumble follows with his own ult. They get trapped on top of the equalizer and burn alive is the idea. Ari alongside it. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Ari Vi for the LCP import duo. Basically, we know how that works. Vi presses R, Ari follows, people have a bad time. The Ambessa now to try and deal with the Rumble somewhat. Again, can basically follow up on wherever the Lee Sin and the Rise go. The ult is somewhat nerfed, but it's still very potent, scales very well. You kind of lose lane to the Rumble, but you know, everyone does, so that's not changed all that much in the grand scheme of things. Like, at all. Oh, I see what's happening. Don't need to do that. There we go. I was like, why can I hear myself back? I've given myself some fold back unintentionally. Totally didn't play 8 hours of Kingdom Hearts randomizer today. I mean, no, absolutely not. Would never expect you to. TES didn't draft too strong on third pick. Ambessa's still pretty good. I wouldn't sleep on that one. I think it's fine. Also, 300 does quite enjoy it. And if you're going to blind pick it, you can then... well, you're not going to blind pick. You play it into the Rumble, so you kind of know where you're at anyway. Though, interestingly, they banned the Renekton regardless. Vampire probably plays it as a support option, potentially. So they're just saying, hey, just in case you do decide to lock in that Renekton or switch that Rumble around somewhere else, they're going to say no. We Zyra Khaning this then? Millia. Yep, fine. Lucian, Millia, and Zyra Khan. Xayah can immune the Lucian ult by pressing R. The problem is that Xayah's normally in a fairly good range to duel with Lucian. With the Cozy Campfire range increase, you are, I think, out of range of feathers quite often, which gets really, really annoying. You can't cleanse the knockup on the Rakan. You can't cleanse the Vial. You can cleanse the CC on Charm, on Quickness, on Feather Pull. So probably still worthy to have the Breath of Life there anyway. Very mid-game focused teams from both sides. I'd say obviously top esports with the Rise and the Ambassador with a little bit more scaling. JDG, a little bit more dive, a little bit more focused on the pick. Vi, Rakan, Ari looking to go forwards. Top esports, a little bit more carry potential in terms of the damage. And a little bit more kind of flexibility with very high mobility. Lucian, Rise, not Rise, well, kind of with the ult. Lee Sin and Bessa looking to dance around there best they can. I could try and set up a Gambler for you now if you want, chat. If Trinity's a bit sleepy, that's not happening. That's okay. I thought it was going to be Alistair to avoid the dive. Yeah, I think the Rakan works better with the Xayah, probably is the idea. We're going to run some ads very quickly, guys, so we don't get them in-game. Should be a fun first matchup. I think the drafts are fairly competitive, very aggressive bot lanes. I think the Lucian Milio is going to want to snowball really hard here. That's right, there we go. That ought to do it. And this can go to 2 minutes. There we go. Sorted. Yeah, we started to see Zyra Khan into Lucian Milio. Yeah, that's so fair. It's all right. I've started it now, so I'll end it. It's okay. I think we've got a slight delay getting onto the rift by the looks, which gave me a bit of time to set up the Gambler anyway. It's all worked out in the end. It's all worked out in the end. Oh. So, let's think about these drafts a bit more, eh? Because I think there's going to be some seriously fun matchups to keep our eyes on. I personally think that bot lane matchup should be pretty spicy. Gala versus Jackie Love is a killer matchup at the best of times. Does look like we got this pause rolling. Go get some sleep, Trinity. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate you. Yeah, Aragon will be doing Verdant coaching stuff. and obviously was at TwitchCon. Should hopefully be on the Rift fairly shortly, but who knows at this point. Thanks again for the follows. Appreciate you all. Congrats on the 10 stream streak as well, Hegra. See how our boy Vampire does in this one. I think he's gotten a lot better at the enchanters over the years as well, which has been nice to see. Because obviously when he's first started, he got caught out doing the warding things as an enchanter fairly regularly. Looks like there's still some issues with those peripherals slowing things down a bit. Hey everyone, hey Sunkids, good to see you. JDG versus Top Esports is indeed. That is the correct. Hoping that has now been resolved. There was a slight issue with the title there. I think this one's correct. Got me nervous now. It is. Phew. Okay. Hopefully should be in here shortly. Did I see the SS of the champ focused Riftbound cards? I got 50. No, I did not. Let me have a look. Which Discord's that in? So many Discords. Let me check. Alex's gaming channel. Gotcha. Let me have a look. I'm looking now. Oh, very good. Nice. All the champions you could ask for. I think that the funny thing is that basically all the basic like legends, so to speak, are actually relatively cheap. It's the actual in-game like the not the legends, like what is it, the legends? It is the legends. But the actual champion, like playable cards, like the ones you, the creatures, so to speak, are a little bit different. Morning, definitely not seeing me. Welcome to the channel, by the way. I saw you followed a little while ago. Is that what happened, Manny? Gala used banned skins, so they're remaking the game. Oh my god. Oh, that. Thank you for the translation. Yeah. Appreciate the translation. Yes, I have to remake the lobby because Gala was using a skin he shouldn't have been. That's funny. Oh, he used a banned skin, the numpty. Okay. Morning, Parky. Good to see you. Appreciate you doing the translation there, Marnie, over in Anivia's chat. Thank you for that one. Gala's on Zaya? Yes. What Zaya skin is banned? I don't actually know. Let's find out. Can't find it. Star Guardian? Maybe. I thought that was fine. Honestly, I thought most of the skins were allowed now. I'll probably drop a message to Competitive Integrity. Let's see if anyone on LPL English knows. Don't forget to post in the Discord streamers live. Oh, sorry. I forgot that Alex doesn't have a bot doing that. Yeah, we can do that. We go do that now, actually, while I get the chance. Let me see if I got power to do it on my own before doing it off Owls. But yeah, good thought. Sorry, I hadn't considered that. Where is Al's Discord? I was just in it. I had to reorganize my Discord to get my Discord things again. I don't have the power. I don't have the power. Right, I'll have to do it via Alex then. Go. Boom. There we go. Done. My main Twitch account's blocked from chatting. There we go. Well, as long as you behave yourself on the new account, no problems. Yeah, no, I didn't have the power. Moving out on that one. Sadly, couldn't watch yesterday's match. How the hell did how the hell did BLG lose? Incredible disrespect towards WE. They got dragged into the chaos where Monkey thrives, and Monkey had an absolutely generational series. BLG struggled to have consistent early game snowballs, and then because WE were cross-mapping very well, and then it got dragged to late game where BLG made a number of very critical errors in late game high pressure scenarios where they have been known to be a bit weaker anyway. Plus, I think some of their drafts were kind of weaker, bluntly. I think WE had some really cool drafts. And BLG were very disrespectful. We're gonna listen to the Jayos today. We're still in Shenzhen. Top Esports versus JDG, finally on our screens. Nicely done. Right then. Took us a hot second, but we are on to the Rift. With those RNG chats, I suppose Gala is playing. Junja and TN looking for these invades here. This could get a bit spicy. Honkyu's also pretty low. Starting his Raptors. Blast coned out. He really wants to fight this Vi, because Vi at level 2 is just not a champion. Here we go. TN going to try and fight this one. They've got the shove in bot lane. Fongyue's coming on up. It's going to give TN a lot more power here. There's the stack on the Conquerors. The resonating strike. It's getting a bit spicy. Got his shields. Now body blocking the Vi. It'll be a smite on this potentially. Yeah, Junja just smited away. Not fantastic, actually, in the general scheme of things. Wow, so loud. Why is it so loud today? Drop the volume down. There we go. That should perhaps be a bit more reasonable then. Let me know where the volumes are at. I mean the chance, hey. Hey. That's slightly embarrassing. I'll put the volume back up. That's too much. That'll do. There we go. I'm going to say, was it so loud? It felt fine to me. But there we go. So we probably does need to back away a little bit there from the... damage. Okay, exhaust comes down. Jackie. Gonna be just fine though. Interesting to note the Gala has gone for the exhaust. Barrier broken on the other side as well. Tien continue to farm up best he can. We'll be able to contest for this topside Scuttle Crab, I would imagine. Is the Ambessa gonna just put a ward over onto that Scuttle Crab, I wonder? Yeah. Kind of what I thought. Rai's gonna do the same on the bot side and potentially just say, yeah, Junja, you don't get anything here. Biggest mistake was BLG not respecting WE at all in draft. I agree. I think also WE came with some very creative answers that they weren't necessarily expecting to have to deal with. They have an idea where the Vi is. They're going to try and fight her. She's left a Gromp up. Krug's been left up on the other side as well. She's going to try and invade for the potential of the Raptors or get a wraparound gank. You've got to have an idea she's here, guys. Like, this isn't subtle. Surely not. Surely this doesn't work. You've been pinging her the entire time. There we go. I was nervous there. Tien is now going to be spotted. Probably going to pick up his Krugs here, I would imagine, and then reset. Nice charm there from Honky. Trying to tell what Zai skin that is. Might be one of the ones with the chromas, remember. LPL does tend to have a few more chromas than the rest of the world. China in general. Pings happening away. Not too much happening here in the early stage. Been a couple little jungle moments, but otherwise been relatively quiet stuff. Both these teams towards the top end of the table. Don't think that's entirely a surprise here. Before coming into playoffs, JDG. Jungle mid in particular has been on a pretty good tear of late. Garlic kind of recovering from the early split. Mediocrity, I think is probably the way to put it, unfortunately. A lot more dangerous on the other side. Top Esports, on the whole, were looking very, very dangerous for the majority of the split, and then had a fairly lackluster end to the season. Zuyan without the counter pick wasn't looking as dangerous. TN had a couple dodgy games. Cream also had one or two real fumbles when he was looking like he was a shoo-in for second or third All-Pro. The trading there from Zuyan and Xiaoshu, but not all that much in it. There's the public execution, making this a bit spicier though. The equalizer comes back out, but it's really onto Zuyan. But the wave gets cleared, and that'll allow Xiaoshu to reset. Of course, with both having burned teleport and Zuyan having the hex drinker still, I think Zuyan will be able to stick around a bit longer. Nice little nab away there from Junja. Hit the level 6 first, means that Tian can't really stick around here. Dragons up. Are we fighting this? Possibly. Little note on how important jungle's been this split, by the way. Knight was the #1 player for player of the game standings, player of the match standings in... player of the match standings, rather. Across the entire the regular season. But in second, just one behind, was Junja. Then Wei also tied at second. And then Tarzan and Tien tied in fourth. So basically numbers 2, 3, 5 with second place tied and fourth place tied were junglers. Because jungles have been absolutely monstrously important, with Junja and Tien being two of the highest proponents of that. For all I've been nattering about Jackie and Gala and their storied matchup across the likes of IG and RNG and now Top Esports and JDG, jungle diff has been a big old factor of this split. Honkyu's trading out with the Rise. Dragon taken by Vi. Nicely done by Junja. Get the kill as well. TM went skirmishing and fumbled it. Now Cream is in danger of that charm over the wall. Reading the flash beautifully. JDG coming away with 2. Vampire goes looking for the grand entrance, but Jackie's able to dash away. Top Esports look to contest. Cream can't keep Honkyu engaged, and Honkyu finds double assists. Has dropped a wave, doesn't give a damn as he gets the 2 assists. Doesn't have the Dark Sealers yet, but getting 2 kills onto Gala feels real good. Make no mistake about it. This is beautiful, right? So they've gone up with far too many people in the pit. Initially, Honkyu gets out of Cream's clutches. Now Honkyu waits for the flash, knowing he has to go this way. The charm predict is just excellent. And Cream is left absolutely floored as a result. A little bit of a look in on these Raptors. Will not find all that much. Grub's already taken. Herald in a few minutes. Nice charm. Cream actually ends up eating a second turret shot there. He's going to be a bit careful. Honkyu doesn't want to flash in and doesn't have the ult, so should be just about okay. But that was a little bit spicy, it must be said. Red buff stolen by Tien. Oh, doesn't hit the Q onto the mini Krugs. Birds in my brain with the slightly sus chat there. That's very... I mean, it amused me, but good grief. Fongyue was level 5 to Vampire 6, yep. I mean, Top Esports took the risk, they took the gamble. It does not work, is the answer. Well, contend with his own red buff here. Tien walking across a lot of wards here. They've managed to get a significant number of very nicely placed wards of JDG. Spotting out exactly where the Lee Sin is. Just really not managed to get all that much done. And Junja now with the 2 assists and up a fair amount of farm. He's going to hit Thunder Sky on a great timer. And Junja's been on a really good tear of late. A lot of people laughing about Junja Dice Gaming. Well, the dice have been rolling very well right now. Maybe look at Cream here. He still doesn't have the flash, still doesn't have the cleanse. But that charm going wide means that Cream should just get to back away, I think. Bot lane. A little bit of damage there onto the Rakan, but he's able to dash over the wall. He should be just fine there. He's gone towards the spellbook, no guard here or anything like that. Runes in general, nothing super spicy here. Still relatively normal. There's the culling from Jackie Love. Gets a decent chunk onto both, but it's not really going to be Lane changing. Junja over the wall. We'll find a ward. Again, for a player that people were maligning a lot in Split 1, came over and was just so inconsistent. Wasn't playing particularly cleanly. There were rumors about potentially thinking about replacing him. Junja's been very, very good of late. Has helped JDG get out to this early lead, which I think is great for them. Because again, coming to the mid game, Ari, Zaya, Vi, Rumble, all of that 1 item mark to 2 item mark going to be very, very potent. Yes, the Lucian will have their time in the sun at that 2 item mark as well, obviously. But I think from this platform, JDG should be able to do what Top Esports want to do a little bit more cleanly. I think they needed this Lucian to be a bit more threatening, but Gala picking up the cull, picking up the 2 early kills, really accelerated that lane in a way that I don't think Top Esports were prepared for. Once that cull cashed in, Gala's going to be up near enough 2,000 gold. Might look for the play here regardless. The Super Mega Blades kick interrupts Tien's initial Q. They'll ward off in regardless. Charm comes in. There's the equalizer that puts Tien in the hot pot, goes burning down. The public execution gets onto Junja, who flashes away. Vault Breaker after the charm follows and forces Creep to start walking the other direction. Honq still got charges left on his ult. Junja gets into the pit. Flash away. Jackie should probably just about pick up the kill. Nice attempt there with the honey fruit, but Jackie burns the additional summoners to get the kill. Of course, it gives Gala all of the time in the world here to just mow down plates in the bot lane. Herald hasn't even spawned. We were just fighting there. It's just over the Scuttle Crab. Tien lands that Q, then gets kicked out. And it starts looking a little bit messy. As the kick comes on down, so does the quickness, and then you see the public execution, and you get the first kill, and then Junja tries to go on the Great Escape. The charm initially delays Creep. Junja tries to escape back into the Baron pit, but Jackie burns the flash to get involved. The problem, of course, is that you've gone 1 for 1, burned a load of summoners to still give up a monstrous amount of gold bot lane. As Gala managed to cash in that cull, get a load of plates, and feel relatively happy about things. At the very least, Jackie did pick up that kill. So it's not accelerated necessarily more than it would have done otherwise. But I don't think Gala's going to be particularly bothered about half a level's worth of experience and the majority of the bot lane turret. They full send with Tien's lead, wanting him to snowball, but now he's 0-2. And that's really not good news. Sure, Junja dies there, but he dies relatively dearly. Dragon started. I think with the ult suite available to JDG. Trying to think of a good word there. They won't necessarily have any problems. Gala is going to get chunked, but won't take too much more damage as Jackie turns the Culling's attentions more to the wave than to the Zaya. Scuttle Crab, I think that's the same one from earlier, by the way. Will finally go down here. Hop away into the bush. And the resets keep coming on 3. There's the charm onto Kree. Honq gets Rune Prison briefly. Bit of chunking happening, but not too much. Right, Vampire gets to back away. Hit by that Q briefly. Ardent Sensor's done now. I think at this point, you really do need to start having this Lucian begin to threaten a bit more in the mid lane if we can. I think JDG are feeling pretty comfortable here. Another play around this top side. River, they jumped onto Tien, who's not got a chance to do anything yet. Even with the Breath of Life, he's down. Hongq picks up the kill. The public execution is decent enough, and Xiaoshu is pretty damn tanky. Gets the equalizer, locking off Jackie Love from the fight. The charm just wide. The culling is decent, and maybe the turnaround play with the extended damage get a bit dicey. Zuyan goes lacerating forwards with the cunning swipe as well, but look at Junja. Good damage. Jackie now split from his team, and what looked like a decent amount of turnaround damage ends up only getting them not even anyone. They get no one. I thought the health bars were going to be good enough, but they go looking for them. Instead, they lose 4. Gala comes away 3-0-3. Hongq comes away 3-0-3. They don't get Xiaoshu. They don't get Vampire. And Top Esports have to go back to the drawing board because Tien has been taken out of this game systematically. YouTube tells us BLG instead of ALG? AL? Really? Oh, no, it's... I see what it is. I didn't get rid of the second series on here. My bad. There we go. My bad, my bad, my bad. I think I didn't update it properly. There we go. Thank you. Ah, man, that replay. You can see they kind of go back in, but the moment Cream turns up, it's immediate to the grand entrance. Hongq flashes. Gala's got great positioning. And so the re-engage with the Rise, with the Ambessa, doesn't come to fruition. It's actually very good from Vampire and Hongq there. I think Junja as well. Very, very good stuff from there, from the mid-jungle support to deny every moment coming on in. Get some invades here at the very least. Pick up a few bits where they can. Whoa, hang on, I'm there. Annoying. That can come back where it was. The WEAL match is tomorrow. Got it? Yes, it is, it is, it is. Sorry, it was only the one match today. I forgot to remove the second series. Oops. Gala eats a fair amount of damage, but Hongq's just come from the side and punished Jackie Love attempting to go forwards. 6.8 thousand gold up now. Those early river skirmishes have really come back to bite Top Esports, who positionally now I think are going to really struggle. Maybe if Zuyan and Cream can play the side lanes out, maybe if Tien can get a monster kick onto someone like the Xayah without the flash or the ult up, or you can full combo her down, then maybe you've got the kill angle, but it's so hard. It's Xayah. She's built to delete this one. She's built to stop this happening. Here comes the play. Vampire goes jumping on him. Does manage to get most of what he's looking for. Junja doing a fair amount of damage as Jackie Love has to back off as well with the flash, and Xayah just gets another. Tien and Cream fall down. 0 and 7 combined, the two of them. It has not been their game. That'll be Soul Point. 15 seconds till Baron. How aggressive are JDG feeling? They might just rather go for this bot lane tier 1. Might be more sensible call. There's a nice pick-up as well. Hongq still had the ult and picks up another. Jackie goes, wait, what? Fedari does Fedari things. Public execution, desperation from Zuyan roaming on over. Doesn't happen, and the snowball is well and truly turned into an avalanche. Been some excellent play from the mid-jungle. Also, shout out to Vampire, who's been very, very strong on this Rakan. Vampire finds himself in a great angle. Gets on top of Cream. Full sense with the quickness. Gala gets to unleash. The equalizer hits everyone in that tri-bush. Zuyan and Jackie Love weren't in position to turn around and load this damage. Gala immune a fair amount of the culling with the ult. We come back to live as Junja backs away from taking his grump. Turret goes down. Finally get a turret on the board, but there's still 9,000 gold down. The 81, the 82% chance of victory statistically for JDG does not surprise me in the slightest. 3 items for Gala versus just 2 for Jackie. He's just finished his Flicker Blades, but Gala's up 4,500 gold. Like, this Xayah is just so frustrating. And nearly the entire team plays into the range of Xayah's feathers. Come into my lair. Promise. Don't bite. That's a lie. Junja goes in with the Vault Breaker, jumps onto TN. The Sonic Wave lands onto Vampire of all people, so can't really take it because the Resonating Strike would be a thing. In we go with the Battle Dance and the quickness. And TN is immediately decapitated. The destruction continues as Hongq decimates the health bar of Jackie Love. Hongq looking for the charm, can't quite find it, but 2 still dead, including the AD carry and the jungler. And that means Baron looks like a formality for JDG. Why are teams still picking the Lucian in this meta? Because it's been very potent. People haven't really had an answer to it. The mid-jungle fumbles meant that the ploy of getting the Lee Sin snowballing didn't happen. Instead, it was the other way around. And that set them snowball against them. And people have started to play the Xayah into the Lucian somewhat. A little bit harder into the Milio. But it helps to immune the culling somewhat. At least here in the LPL, the Lucian's been pretty good. So what's the setup that should make you strong, Pillow? So obviously, Pillow in the Twitch chat's is a high elo AD carry servant with a lot of are we on the live patch then? I don't think so. Well, we do update relatively rapidly, to be fair. Let's see what patch we're on. It's patch 2610 is what we're on. We're on patch 2610. Bit of a play in the mid lane here. Hongq went looking for the fly, can't quite find it. Suyeon goes in and doesn't enjoy the damage. The equalizer follows, and Suyeon ends up burning. The charm lands onto Cream, who ends up losing another half his HP bar. They do find their way into the back line. That's not bad. Finally get the kill. That's actually pretty good indeed. The problem is they still lose to 2 people who went in. Killed Hongq, killed Vampire. But Baron has been taken, and everyone's aced. JDG will run at these Nexus turrets and inhibited beforehand. Secure themselves a game 1 victory in pretty convincing and bluntly casual fashion. They won nearly every fight that was ever on screen. You can knock that Nexus turret down, and the Nexus to follow in very, very rapid order. JDG made that one feel like a cakewalk. Top Esports got to go back to the drawing board there. I don't think I know the acronym, Pillow. JOTE? At least not a 9-hour day. Well, here's hoping, yeah. It's been a long weekend. Just me solo casting today as well. Vampire Pog. Honestly, kind of. I think there's more than a valid shout for it. I think it's probably him or maybe Hongq, and Junja also in with a shout. I think probably it's between Junja and Vampire for me. I think the jungle sport had a really good showing. Jack of all trades. Oh, yes, Jack of all trades. Yes, yes, yes. 3 haste is Lucian's first breakpoint. Yeah. Yes, big one. I think I just call it Jack of all trades. I don't think I've ever acronymized it. Makes sense. The thing is, I've seen that acronym around because I remember Alex then saying what it was, and I was like, oh, that's what people mean when they say that one. TT was almost up 2-0 versus JDG, and now Jing Dong is destroying Top Esports. Fistigons, what this should tell you is that those teams were prepping for this match, not the one they were in. I think the Ascend teams went a little bit unprepared to the Nirvana matchups and got punished for doing so. Folks, I'm going to run some ads here. If you don't want to see the ads, subscribe. Please do follow. I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera's channel. Nymaera is my younger brother. We cast League of Legends together. We do cool things like do all these LPL playoffs for you. So if you enjoy it, make sure to support us via the Ko-fi link or via subscribing on Twitch. Thank you for those of you that do. I also need to do the socials stuff. And I also need to change the audio over so we don't get that. Wrong mouse, god damn it. There's 2 mice here and I keep blindly grabbing the wrong mouse. It's very annoying. Thought you were younger. No. I am the older brother. It's my youthful good looks and boyish silliness. Shower shoot. Basically, everyone out-damaged everyone where it really matters. A credit to Cream and Jackie for doing some damage, but again, you lock the Lee Sim with the Rise to Snowball. You don't. You lose every skirmish in the river. Every fight in the river. Gala gets all the gold. Suddenly, the Lucian doesn't have a platform to do their mid-game thing. You never get to the point where the Rise and the Ambassador are really online, and it all falls apart. Fun fact for Strauska. Okay, here's a fun fact. So I was saving this one from yesterday. Beethoven went deaf, right? Famous composer of the Baroque era, but he went deaf. But the way he was still able to hear music is he had a metal pipe attached to his piano, and he would bite the metal pipe. And so the vibrations of the piano and the harpsichord going through that pipe into his mouth and through his jawbone would allow him to hear. So he composed using effectively a sort of ancient 17th century, 18th century, 17th century hearing aid. And so like a hollow metal tube bolted to his piano so he could still compose. Who is this beautiful human on my screen? Well, he's a little guy called Sam Hapkids, otherwise known as Initialise, and he's pretty cool, so I hear. He's pretty cool. In fact, you can follow him on his socials. Let's do that whole thing right now. Socials. Initialise. Hey, Corey. There we go. Copy this over. Boom. I'm gonna have to run very rapidly to grab another coffee, guys. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. And as said, folks, we are pretty close to Partner Plus. So if you want to help out by continuing a gifted subscription or throwing a Prime sub our way, just subbing raw, then know that it is much appreciated to those who do. Oh, I really do need this coffee. All right, folks, I might need to leave you with the player of the match. I'll be back that one. Didn't know that fact. There you go. I thought it was a fun one. I shall return shortly. Just the one series today? It is just the one series today, yes. Much more convenient. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hello, folks. When I said I needed that bio break, I meant I needed that bio break. Good lord. Hello. Let's change the audio over. That can come down. Oh, man. You don't want to do that. Milio is a poor choice. Milio is... So the thing is, Edward, nice to see you, bud. Milio is excellent with the Lucian. Though I think in that game, considering what you were into, I think the Nami might have been wiser. The Milio allows you to outrange the Xayah, though. And you can interrupt the Vi and the Rakan with a good Mega Blaze kick. So it's not like you can't play it. How are we doing, Qatari? I need to do the predictions, actually, as well. Sorry, I forgot to do that. And it was... it's done already. Fantastic. I didn't follow the regular season. JDG cleared number 2. As of late, yes. But I think it's been one of those splits where our number 2 has changed very rapidly. Top Esports looked pretty clearly that for a while. Then it was JDG. I think AL also very much improved towards the end of the season. Particularly the first series in playoffs was very potent from them. In a way, JDG fumbled a bit. One of Top Esports, BLG, and JDG is going to miss MSI. Yep. Yep, they are. BLG fumbled very hard. Very hard. And that is costing him here. JDG won every fight there was. Yeah, basically. That's what happened. Who won player of the game, by the way? Again, I sort of had to run to go get coffee and a bio break. I was expecting this one to be a bit closer so far. We'll see whether Top Esports can bring it back. Who did? Actually, was it Junju or Vampire who got player of the game? Ooh, who are your ads? Curses be upon you. Should be getting a draft fairly shortly. Junju got MVP. I mean, that makes sense. He was very good on the Vine. Very good on the Vine. Stopped the early invades from TN really leading to all that much. Again, there was that whole wolf fight where they brought Fongyue up and it just didn't work, is the honest answer. And Junju got 5 and just played out those team fights pretty damn well. That ring around the rosy at the Baron pit where Gala's got all the free time in the world. Pretty frustrating. So, game 2. JDG on blue side, Top Esports on red. Though that doesn't matter as much anymore because, of course, of the decoupling of first pick and side select. Looks like it'll be TES with first pick on red side and JDG with the counter pick options. Ori Cassiopeia away from Cream. Bard away from Vampire, alongside the Ezreal and the Varus away from Gala, 2 of his more iconic champions. The Shin's out from Tien, already lost. The Lee and the Vi is the 2 big diving AD skirmishes. Still the Neferi option, but again, that's a bit of a different vibe, less of a bruiser, more of an assassin, right? Saw Monkey just take apart BLG on it in game 1 just yesterday versus WE. Ashe first pick. We are now obligated to pick up a Seraphine, I think, here, or suffer its wrath. Jarvan Seraphine? Not that. Okay, somewhat unusual to not match the opposing team's role, because then you give up effectively 2 counter picks here. You see the Jarvan Annie, which is a very potent duo. Jarvan puts down the Cataclysm, Ahri hits the stun. It's a very nasty CC burst combo that leaves people locked in place for a very long time. The Seraphine to follow should surprise no one. I'm imagining they will either counter pick jungle or mid now. They'll go for the Akali into the Annie. Has got some ways of dealing with the Annie early on, in the sense that you can put down a Twilight Stride and a Shuriken Flip and try and dance away from some of the stuns that aren't named Q. And he, of course, can still make things very annoying by just putting a Tibbers down where she thinks you are in the Shroud. But it's a playable match. Theoretically, a flex top as well, though we haven't really seen a Kali top properly in a hot minute. The Ziggs away from Gala with the Nautilus already in. I see it. Also very nasty with the Jarvan. A little AP heavy. But with the fact that you've got 3 squishies already, the grand scheme of tanks you can lock in here would have been somewhat limited. Neferi away from Tien. Yep, I agree. Would have been good in this game with the Encore to back you up. Nocturne as well as another diving AD threat. And another Encore extender. What are we down to? Pantheon for Tien, maybe? Still kind of loses the level 1 to Jarvan in some ways. Jarvan's a lot more flexible, and I feel like the Pantheon's early power has kind of been mitigated somewhat. Mel angle, yes. Mel would be great here into the Ashe and the Seraphine if you want to do it. In fact, I would almost be tempted to ban it. They'll ban the Olaf instead, which I think we saw Monkey kind of pull out the other day and do horrible things with. Junja, once upon a time, was quite a big player of it. Can't remember whether Xiaoshu plays it top as well. My memory is no, but I would need to double check that one. Let's go look. Search. Xiaoshu. There we go. We've seen an Olaf game, but we've seen a Tryndamere game from him, of course. And there's the Mel we called out. And he has played the Olaf. There we go. So yeah, I wonder whether Xiaoshu played it. The answer was he had indeed. So could still Tryndamere here if he wants, I suppose. Zahen would be fine. Gives you the AD threat and another bruiser brawler to go with the Jarvan. Not bad into the sign later on. You do need some AD carry oomph from top side at this point, because obviously you've done the Mel bot. Top Esports front to back with Enchanter, Wukong Akali dive, and Ashe Seraphine to offer you that death ball power. Of course, the problem is on the other side, JDG, nasty pick and shot glass combo of their own. Jarvan locks him in. Annie, Mel blow up who's ever inside, and the pick is very nasty of their own with Annie, Mel, Nor, Jarvan, even the Zahen to a lesser extent, bringing a fair amount of CC on the single targets. A little bit of AoE, honestly, with the Jarvan and the Annie, to be honest. Though very much a pick comp in that sense. And of course, the Mel has got very nasty things to reflect, specifically in the Ashe Arrow, specifically in the Seraphine ult. I know when people were lamenting Corki Nami into Ashe Seraphine, why are we doing this? What's the thought process? It's not really a counter, you just lose slowly. That's just not true. Of the Mel, who can reflect all of the stuff in lane, beat drops the volleys, and obviously the big ticket ultimates right back where they came from. If you want to not see the adverts, then you, my friends, need to subscribe. Make sure you do that if you can. And get ready for game 2 here. Let's have a quick listen, shall we, to those Gyos? There we go, good grief. Big Gyos today. Of course, no JDG chat leader, but the replacement is doing a valiant effort. Top Esports also here in force. There's a look at our runes. I'm not seeing anything super spicy there. Comet for the Mal makes sense. Grasp into the tank matchup for the Zahen. Conquer on the junglers. Yeah, that all seems pretty normal to me. Airy for Fongue. A little bit more versatility there. Trying to think whether Seraphine ever bothers with the Comet. Probably not really. You could do it. I think the Airy's probably more valuable in the grand scheme of things. Xiaoshu and Zuyan trading out early. Xiaoshu can't quite get that auto. Would love the Dark Englaive reset. Of course, the thing is here, theoretically everywhere but bot, JDG will have shove, which is why Junja looking to mess with this bot lane very aggressively very early, as they are level 2, and this could get real messy. They haven't done the hawk shot early enough. There's the flashes away, the flag and drag in. Jackie is a dead man, and the early gank works wonders. The hawk shot's up, but not in time, and they get the flash. Oh, lovely. Who got the kill? Gala did. Oh no. Oh no. It's looking like a phenomenal start for JDG here. Tien's now coming bot himself. Skipped out on his blue buff to get down here and try and stop the wave somewhat. Vampire body blocks a little bit, but there's a stagnant blow into the solar snare, and yeah, that'll be fine. Mel Nautilus is very obnoxious post a certain point as well, because Nautilus hooks you, then you get solar snared and you cry. Are you on the anti-Mel train, Molecule? I wouldn't have expected that from you. I would have thought you'd be a proponent of the weird and wonderful mages in bot. Is Mel Reflect that annoying for you? I don't hate it, but I don't think her W is as annoying as people think it is. I think it is so baitable. I think people are just not used to having something that you have to think about a bit more. I preferred it before. I agree. I agree, Molecule. Yeah, I think the thing that's busted is her early game. Her one item burst is utterly disgusting, and there's like very limited play patterns. You hit the Q, you press R, and someone is dead. Like the W, you can play around. Just have minions between you. It's a 30-second defensive cooldown. She has no dashes, and all her skills are like very short range. You can punish this champion. Just not with skill shots. Or at least force her to burn it on something she doesn't want to. I think part of it is players just are not... Okay, she is weirdly more of a Dota-style champion than a League champion, because she asks you to deal with hard counters and hard answers in a way. In a way that most League champions aren't designed that way. I think, on the whole, the W is a really cool ability. And I think people are just salty and don't know how to play around it properly. It's not the thing that makes her busted. It obviously adds to very good angles to do this kind of thing, though. Because Junja turns up. You don't feel very happy about it. Oh, Gala, he's having a great series, isn't he? Started the last game 2-0. Jackie's 0-2, doing a little bit of inting here. Junja again with the early activity that's proven very problematic. Where is the hook? There it is. The solar snare after forces a flash. This looks horrifying. JDG up 1,000 gold already. And alarm bells begin to ring. You really want to survive until 2 items, if you can help it. Or at least 1 item. Because before that, the Annie, Jarvan, and Mel are going to be really annoying. Another 1 item mark. Jeez. Top Esports going to do the please do the funny thing where you qualify for MSI. Well, if they get down to the lower bracket and then knock out BLG, I think LPL will genuinely spontaneously combust. But JDG look a lot more composed than they did against Thundertalk. TT. Tien get a ward down there. Tien maybe spotted out by Vampire here. There we go. And Vampire will go, whoop, I'm getting out of here. A little bit of fighting over these Raptors. Honky's got level 6. Junja's here with level 6 himself. Everyone's coming down. This will be the 3v3. Junja yet to burn that flag and drag. Once this camp, level 6 from Tien will win off the smite bite. Doesn't get it. And that means he's dead. They flip for it. And the flip goes real wrong. Cream tries to escape. Goes over the wall. Can maybe look to try and execute Vampire. But he's away from danger. Has to R2 away. Looking like he's from D2. As out comes the Scion. Yes, I just made a Star Wars pun for the hell of it. So he misses his ult. Honky then gets the stun. Flashing for the decimating strike. Cream can look for the kill here. And Honky should just get this. Or rather, Cream should just get this onto Honky. Nicely done. The rest of JDG had kind of left at that point. And Honky, despite sidestepping the Scion ult, is not able to get out of the flash Q. Of course, it gives Xiaoshu the ability to crash another wave, get another plate. So the rotation not exactly without cost. Another plate down. I imagine Xiaoshu wants to interrupt the queue from Zvian, won't bother. Hangs around in this bush briefly. Honky flash and didn't even get an assist. Yeah, that's very sad, isn't it? Put a lot of damage into Cream, I think, is what happened. Forced Cream to retreat initially, but now Cream comes away with a kill, and Cream on these assassins has always been a specialty. Gets the electrocute, but then Honku trades back. Molten Shield, another Incinerate. Here we look towards those grubs. Hang on, TN. Where are you going, mate? How did you get there? We're looking for the Grom. Has the Cyclone. He's dead. TN, this is a TN finals moment. Not that he's had that stigma as being a bad player in finals, right? Just got the silverware issue. Honku gets the kill. That'll be grubs. Goes looking for that invade. Ill-advised. He has no priority anywhere but mid, and Annie got to leave on a nice timing. What are we doing? That's a okay. Tien getting killed early on in that last game on a couple times was part of the reason why JDG got so snowballed, and it's happening again here. Not having a great series so far. Now Junge is going to be able to pick up the grubs kind of for free, and JDG just walking towards a nice mid game with a great platform to work off. Got the grubs, got the dragon, got the early lead. Gala's 3-0. Really needs a Dark Seal, actually, honestly. Mel loves the extra movement speed. She's quite short range, and I think a Medjai's this game would be warranted if she gets snowballed in the way that she looks like she's going to be. Is Top Esports aware they have a match right now? But allegedly. Allegedly. We just hanging around in that bush briefly. TM will hop over towards his Raptors, and we'll slow down a little bit here. We've still got a couple minutes to the next dragon. Might look to blow some ultimates or gain some flashes here, some cooldown economy gaming. What flashes can I burn before a big fight? First items beginning to be completed here. Gala well ahead of curve there, understandably. Vampire going to knock down a ward or two here. Shower Shoe, Aureate Rush, gets a bit of a chunk, gets the Grasp. Passive nearly procced as well, means that I think Tien's not going to find a lot of ingress topside, even if he did go in. So it'll be the reset. Doran's Helm for both top laners. Basically, if you can survive the first back, it feels so much better than pretty much any other starting item for your melees and tanks. Bot lane now a consideration. Gala looking for the Solar Snare. Gets the slow, but not the roots. Jackie loses a third. Tien's around, but I don't know whether they win the 3v3 right now. Honku gets the stun. Shuriken Flip buffers through. Disintegrate follows. Tibbers comes out. Cream getting a good chunk there. But hey, Cream also left a little low. Junge is around. TM will be able to come over the wall theoretically as well. The hook, that's onto the clone. They see TN. Flag and drag through. The depth charge comes on down. Tries to Nimbus strike out. The Cyclone comes down. We'll get Cyclone part 2. But there's the Cataclysm, gets trapped inside and then has to flash away. Flash the Encore to follow as the arrow landed onto the Nautilus. Vampire stun for an Ice Age. Yes, pun intended. Staggering blows onto TN make things a bit tricky. They do get the kill onto the Mel, who ended up a bit split up. And now JDG are losing members as Top Esports teleport in. Zuian doesn't come along, and they lose both their bot laners. The attempted pick onto TN goes wrong. And the CC chain's strong enough to catch out and fry Gala and Vampire. The barbecue of Ash and Cream, who's now 2-0-1, actually. That's a little bit scary. Better Carly, yeah. The warnings get along. Gala PTSD intensifies. Yeah, where's that copy pasta? Love to see a replay there on how Gala got caught. So this looks fine to begin with. TN's having to run away. Could have called it off here at this point. But there's the TP, and they just don't respect it. It's basically Sion behind the Mel makes things hell on earth. Fongu with a really good flash encore to follow. Gala gets slowed down, and Zuian is not spotted, and it's the extra man advantage makes things really tricky. The reflect does very little there. It's a nicely worded rebuttal, but Sion says no, and hits you with an axe. He's the lumberjack, and he's okay. Zuian with 2 good teleports now. Again, it does come at cost. JDG get a lot of gold onto this Zahen, who's just not left lane, has now got 4 of the 5 plates. But it does mean that JDG don't manage to extend their gold lead. The problem is top esports don't get the dragon. Somehow, some way, JDG still get to reset and pick that up regardless. So in the end, it's 2 kills. But it's not lane power. It's not really managed to stabilize the game in terms of gold fully. Arrow onto Vampire, who tries to buffer flashes away. So the objectives and gold leads haven't necessarily entirely been averted. Gala is now less far ahead than he was, and Jackie is able to pull back a lot of that gold. But again, it comes at the cost of Zuian now being up 1,000 gold himself, which is quite a lot. Especially if that Zahen can get through the earlier stages of the game where he's notoriously a little bit mediocre and frail. X-Flash will be spotted out here briefly. We'll get some wards. Just reset. Not quite at Merc Treads, no. 4 plates is how he's got that much of a gold lead. And more like a 20 CS lead. It's pretty significant. Tien's going to come on down. We are probably going to fight this, I think. Everyone's coming. Top lane is coming, of course. Sion's got to roam at the river, does have the ult, but this will be Zahen joining for the play. Man advantage for now for JDG. Ash, Seraphine roaming from over in the mid lane. Zuian moving up the river, can join with the ult. Semi-global power hook onto the bush. That puts Vampire really deep. What have we done? Vampire, no! But the reflection on the encore is decent. Xiaoxu now goes on in. Sion just charging on through, just about avoids clipping that wall, but therefore doesn't catch Gala. Cream on top of the melt. Flashes away from the shuriken flip. Xiaoxu kills off Jacula. Zuian now a little deep himself. Gets caught by the solar snare. And Xiaoxu can keep jumping for more. Doesn't have the passive stack right now. Needs to get it. Got the passive rolling. GA active. Will begin to dip away as Tien ends up in the enemy jungle looking to get towards this blue buff. They don't want to give it to him. Do they want the Herald instead? Probably wise. They say, screw it, you can have blue. Okay, Vampire's going to go looking. They'll see the blue buff is gone. Spot him out. Hook. He's going to keep trying to run away. Gets between the turrets, I imagine, and does so. Nimbus strike to the wave and out. Maybe Annie can try and punish him over on this Raptor camp. Him getting 2 camps would be a bit ridiculous. Yeah, gets a lot of CC. Actually, Tien's going to have to keep running. Does he have the Warrior Trickster? Doesn't. He's faking it. Does just about now. And gets to run away. Only the 1 camp for Tien. Herald goes the way of Junja. Xiaoxu gets involved in the fight, gets the kill, and poor Jackie Love just has to start running away from this very angry Darkin. That Hex Flash hook was not it from Vampire. I think went a little deep. It's a very good reflect that ends up with everyone and their mothers being encored. Popular song on both sides of the aisle. Xiaoxu gets a good Grim Deliverance, Aureate Rush. And just gets to stay on top of the Ash. Flash barrier means nothing. Zuian ends up super deep with the ult and makes things real tricky, but the problem is Xiaoxu gets the passive, so Cream can't keep trading, and it ends up being that 2-for-1 plus Herald in favor of JDG. Cream is still very scary here, has the Gunblade, nearly it will either likely be a Shadow Flame, I think, this game. We got the Gunblade. I think the Rocket Belt might be a little too low damage, but hey, could still be the Rocket Belt and wouldn't be the end of the world. Akali uses that extra mobility very, very well. So it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. Where are we at in terms of timers? Dragon coming up. That'll be our next port of call, I suspect. I don't think there'll be ships in the night. This is cannons loaded and ready to throw a broadside out. Vampire jumped on. Hooks away. Celestial opposition. Flashes away from the sign-up. Gala. Rocket belt. W. Arrow. Encore. And that means Gala's in danger. Zuyan's just on top of him. Honky's trying to save him. But they can't. And Zuyan's TP and the ult does all the work they need. The R2's there for Cream as the perfect execution. Slays another. Jungle and APC taken off the board, and Top Esports will stop Soul Point with a very nice angle from Zuyan, who's had some very good Scion flanks that one last fight withstanding. And of course the main recipient has been Cream on his Akali. Dark Seal stacks and another 2 kills. Ooh boy, much better from Top Esports. Vampire tries to hook away, has to flash the ult, but I think he has to body block this because it leaves Gala to the Wolves. Arrow onto Jarvan, but the Encore flash through the Jarvan onto the melt means that Gala has absolutely no way out. Get Vampire's thought saying I flash out here to avoid the sign up, but I think if he body blocks, yeah, he trades his life, but there you go. Maybe Gala as well because just not moved forwards there. Probably leaves him at risk to the Akali, but hey, better than getting full CC'd by the Mel. Not by the Mel, by the Scion. Awkward team fight shape from JDG, who were caught out by another teleport flank. They have not been tracking these wards from Top Esports very well at all. Fongyue's had some really good Seraphine ults here. Top Esports just pick up that turret and finally match JDG on that front. The goal back to pretty much even now. Still JDG favored, and that makes sense. They're the ones with the majority of the neutral objectives, even if some of the fights have been a bit closer than they would have liked. And again, are still in a fairly good position this game. I like the comp. But again, if we do get towards these 5v5s, now that things are a bit more even, Akali being fed is a real problem. Real problem. Xiaoshu's also very strong. 1800 gold ahead, has kind of been more reticent to join the fights, and that's given him a lot of individual gold to work with. The jungle we look again. Baron's up. Hold for a second or two here. And again, both these teams at one point or another have been top 2 in the league. It was JDG towards the end of the split. Top Esports very convincing that at the beginning. Jackie was looking like the best AD carry in the league. Gala was a bit rough, and now it's kind of recovered a bit. Jackie had a tough series so far. Had a lot of attention put towards him. He's kind of back towards parity now with the 2 items. Honkyu and Junja as well. Again, this is the Tabe team. Those imports coming on in. Hang on, Grim Deliverance into the Solar Snare. Decent damage on Azuyan, who has got a little bit of MR now with the Negatron Cloak. Got to be a bit careful. The Golden Eclipse, not quite enough damage. The heal required to keep him out of execute threshold. Couple ults burned. Zuyan survives, has got TP, can rejoin the play. Nearly, nearly, nearly. When's our next dragon? 14 seconds. Another fight coming up. Where are we at for setup? A little bit of early control for JDG. TP's coming. The Scion TPs have been really dangerous this game. Watch TN. They're trying to get rid of some of these blast cones to prevent the ugly angles. I think JDG a little bit better in terms of their defensive vision control. Their backside's a bit more covered. A bit of damage there onto the Scion. But again, big old shield from that TP and the Soul Furnace makes things a bit tricky. Cream on a flank is spotted though. There we go. Gala threatening the hook wide, doesn't land on the wall this time. Xiaoshu, dodge the arrow. Shuriken flip lands onto Junja. Don't think he wants to take it. The Aurit rush into Zuian, who gets tanked pretty low himself. Not that tanky to the burst, but Xiaoshu gets jumped on. They try to find the way on Tian full send to prevent the full follow on a Cream. There's the Cataclysm making things tricky. They've blown up on Cube and Cream survives. All the while the GA prop from the poor Jarvan as he's taken low as well. Junja desperate to escape, will likely go down. Cream gets it. And Jackie brings down Xiaoxi, who was the one who went down for that GA. Apologise from Top Esports. Fully send and get that team fight. Great from TN to defend his mid laner, who was caught on the side. The flash engage gets 4. They'll ignore that dragon to head towards the greater prize of the Baron. Cream's playing a Stormer, and TN after the early woes, 0 and 2, having a much better showing of it. JDG not been able to find the picks consistently themselves. Their front line somewhat suspect. They try to blow up Zuian. It doesn't really go that well. They see Cream on the flank. They gander a great hook into the flag and drag, but Tien is so quick with the follow-up. This is what we mean when we talk about full contact team fighting. Rather than trying to just jump to your beleaguered ally, jump on their back line, prevent the follow-up. The Jarvan and the Nautilus go in, but every other member who could have followed up with damage gets CC'd by the Cyclone more. They take the Baron. They come back out for the Dragon. We're able to pick that one up just fine. Tien with a 4,500 damage team fight, as actually with Jackie Love. Good work there. Gala's early lead has also kind of bled away to very little, from 3-0 to 4-3. Fantastic news. Junjet caught out on his own. Raptors, the arrows beginning to become increasingly dangerous as the vision control drops. Doesn't really feel like this game's been on Junja. I think he's actually done quite a lot of good work. It's been more on the fact that the team play, the fact that Sam found so many good flanks, and now the snowball's been well and truly completed. They'll hook in. Vampire, not sure about that one. Couple dodgy hooks from Vampire into walls that have been a bit problematic as well. Zuian's gone very deep for this, but he flashes away. Will survive for now. This is just the part of the game where Top Esports Comp starts to scale. Yeah, basically JDG gonna have to look at what happened around these objectives. Like, how does Sion find 2-3 ridiculously good flank angles to take out Gala in a row? How was Cream allowed to snowball that way? Because actually, early on, it was looking very good. Xiaoshu, I think, as well, there's going to be some conversations about when and where he decided to join fights and didn't, and why JDG decided to take full V5s, basically, which is more problematic than necessarily individual play. Yes, you can point to things like Vampire hooking walls he really shouldn't have done, not body blocking Synods he probably shouldn't have done. Gala and Honkyu kind of getting caught wrong-footed and outflanked by the Akali and the Sion. But hey, it's kind of what Top Esports Comp can do. And the Mel wasn't able really to reflect the arrows and the Mel encores outside of that one river fight particularly cleanly. JDG just haven't really won a team fight this game. Not really. 1 or 2 maybe here or there. I think around the Herald, right? They won that 2-for-1. Other than that, it's been either even or winning for Top Esports, which is not great news. Checking on those items as well. We are about 3 items apiece for the carries of Top Esports, just not there in quite the same format for JDG. Gala's there, at least. He's got 3. Now, I suspect Jackie, having stopped off for a Hex Drinker and a Caulfield, is not going to be far off and more of Malmortius. And Akali's got the book. Magi's in. 1 stack off. Full potency. Or rather, full gold efficiency. By the book. The early lead from JDG. Again, just fumbled a little bit around these objectives, hasn't it? Top Esports now feeling very dangerous. Cream feeling a lot better this game as well. Look how much more impact he's had. Zuian as well has been able to be a very aggressive playmaker. A lot of these ults have been fantastic. That one wasn't so good. Maybe the 2-item Zahen can find some ingress here. But they just don't, I think, have the damage, especially when they've been putting all their damage into trying to blow up the Scion. Brings Mel ult and Annie ult onto that. Just isn't fantastic. Ult onto the Vampire, he's dead. Yeah, there's the combo without Mel to body block it. Or Vampire to buffer through it with a hook. Kind of gets a bit duff. Yeah, some top to the TM, but he survives for now. The Cataclysm is decent on the Cream. Does go low. The Golden Eclipse gets one back. Nice. Now they can maybe jump on a Tier. He's now pretty low himself. Xiaoshu, though, got isolated, goes down. Doesn't have the GA to work with. And it's a triple kill to Jackie Love, who's trying to look for a little bit more if he can find it. In comes the Sion ult. It's onto the turret, which takes the damage, because of course it does. What a silly interaction with Sion ult. They've got one super minion onto the base. Gala should be able to execute it eventually. In goes Gala, flashing to try and get the kill. Should get Jackie, but dies for it. They now can't end the game because they don't have the damage. So Jackie's life for the Nexus turrets. Probably worthy. They'll take that, well, rather Garda's life for the Nexus turrets. Probably worthy. Still, all 3 inhibitors down. Zuyan sticks around for it. Dragons in 50 seconds. You can reset. The Nexus turrets are barely hanging on. Did Mel win a game in the LPL this year? I believe so. Did Knight not win on it? At the very least. Check it out. Hang on. Nexus turrets have all fallen. JDG looking pretty dire in their opportunities and options this game now. Respawns are in. You could maybe contest this dragon, but it would only be sole point. I think you just stymie the wave best you can, farm up best you can, and pray you can fight around this Baron spawning in 40 seconds, because I think that comes in and it will be a desperate fight indeed. Jackie soloing out the dragon. She's won a couple times in mid, basically. Her win rate's not fantastic. Knight and Xiaohu have 50% win rates on it. They've done all right on it. Everyone else has struggled. Shanks went 1 and 3, or 1 and 2 rather. And Bulldog and Karis haven't made it work so far. But if I say Knight and Xiaohu had pretty good showings on it. Mel and Knight's one loss, the loss that Knight had on it was pretty ridiculous. He was 12 and 1. It wasn't his fault they lost the game. It was one of those games, you know what I mean? Isn't Akali a counter to Mel? Kind of, yeah. It's a good option. Again, it's Mel bot lane, right? They lock the Akali into the Annie, and Mel is a counter into Ashe Seraphine, which it was in lane. Zuyan ult, flash away from Vampire. In goes Junja looking for something, doesn't find it. All the while, TN is jumping onto Gala, who's caught between 2 Cyclones and is shredded between the high velocity winds. Cream runs at the Nexus, and Top Esports will quite handily, after the early game woes, stabilize in the mid game and bring us to an even state of affairs. (3-1) JDG, maybe, we'll see. Not that easy. Hello, folks. Welcome on in. Initialise here, solo casting today. If I'm a little low energy, it's basically I'm just doing it myself. Thank you everyone for those who are joining. Paying as much attention to chat as I can. Thank you for joining us on Anivia's YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, and of course, the Nymaera Twitch channel. Thank you for all those who are in here and enjoying the show. Appreciate you all who are here. If you would like to support us, please do consider subscribing or donating via the Ko-fi link. We are pushing towards Partner Plus. We're very, very close. About 60, 61 subs, I think it's at. We need to get to 100, so if we can get those people who have been gifted subs to resubscribe more formally, it would mean a hell of a lot. Thank you for those of you who do decide to do that. Makes a big difference to our ability to keep paying the bills, because we get a whole different pay structure then from Twitch. Is very, very helpful. So if you can get to that point, be a big deal. So please, please, please do help out if you can do that. We're trying to push that if we can. And appreciate those who do. No one voting for Fong Yue? I know, actually. I think he had a really good Seraphine game. I think it probably is... I mean, Zuyan had great flanks. Cream had a good Akali game. You know, I might be tempted to give it to Zuyan, because those Sion flanks were crazy important. All right, folks, gonna run some ads. If you don't want to see those ads, that whole subscribe thing I was talking about, you can avoid these ads by doing it. Avoid these ads by doing it. Let me also change the audio around so that we are not hit with that dreaded thing called copyright strikes. Oh, nice and soothing. Hi, YouTube chat. Indeed, Katari. Tien has to get MVP, right? I mean, he had some really good moments on the Wukong later on. I think the problem is the early game was quite poor, so I'd struggle to give it to him there. I think Cream actually played a very consistent game. Zuyan's TPs were great. Fong Yue, the encores were excellent. The flash encores were fantastic. Yeah, Zuyan angles were great. I'd be tempted to give it to Zuyan, you know. Although I think as ever, it's a bit of a team affair. I think Zuyan, Fong Yue, Cream really help pull things back from the edge. Yeah, Gala also 3-0. Normally a very good mage player, right? Like, his Ziggs is known to be exceptional. That ain't it. When Annie's the highest damage in the game... Come on, Gala. I know you got picked off a number of times, but that's not good news. Like, I get that there were 1 or 2 times where there wasn't a lot you could do, but you have to be doing better than that. It's one of the reasons why I say that I don't think Mel is a particularly well-scaling champion. Because as games get later, your position where you can do your damage becomes increasingly risky, and you have 1 30-second cooldown to defend yourself that doesn't reflect damage, right? Doesn't reflect melee options. It's very, very difficult. Turn this off so you can see what's happening. Huge Shimbro. Next time it was banned this game. Massively banned. I think JDG has been Tabe's most challenging team of recent years. I mean, BLG and AL ended up being remarkable, didn't they? I think part of the problem is I still think Xiaoshu's champion pool is sometimes a little bit tough to work with. But then again, the Tryndamere and the Olaf this split have been really fun as counter picks, so maybe I'm being a little unfair there. But some of his like evergreen picks aren't always top tier. Like I think the Renekton obviously fantastic. See who gets MVP here. Got half a coffee left. Nice. Okay, that's fine. Zwian, yep. I thought it might be. I thought it might be. I did say. I did say. I think he was really good. Those flank angles changed the game. This is the... Did I say it was a ball arrow? This guy right here. Oh, yeah. Okay, you're saying it's all about draft, and I'm going to disagree, because I actually think JDG's draft there was fine. But, and they got the early snowball, and then fumbled. Fumbled! They did. The great fumbling. The great fumbling. Gala played out those mid-game fights quite poorly, but that's also because people like Vampire had a dodgy... Did some dodgy moments, right? I think obviously the one where he flashed to avoid the Sion ult feels a little bit frustrating. But that's also because I think Zwian had exceptional flanks the entire game. And also, right, he was the guy who came down mid lane early on to get that play onto Honku. They got Cream his first kill that really helped him snowball. Like, Zwian's assist play and tee-up play was so good. Just some drafts are easier to execute. Yeah, I can agree with that. The thing is, I don't actually think JDG's draft's that crazy to execute. Jarvan puts down a big cataclysm, and he places a very angry bear in. Mel presses R. Snowball. And they did! They got the early play bot, they killed the Ashe, Gala's 3-0 on the Mel. It should have been so simple, and they really didn't do due diligence on tracking whether Zwian could move. They played too many 4v5s, they allowed themselves to get flanked repeatedly, and then they got to the point where suddenly the Wukong and the Akali were genuinely dangerous, and they got outscaled. They did. Deathball comp with some dive, got to Deathball and dive. At the moment you get on top of the Mel, she's got so few options. Disappointing indeed. Honku keeps pulling out incomprehensible imp plays. I don't think he was that bad this game, was he? Maybe I missed something. I thought he was... I thought he was kind of fine. Is there a particular moment you're talking about? Because I'm not sure I saw anything especially egregious this game. I mean, I know obviously he's known for having one or two, like he's a very good player, right? But part of the style comes with going for the big play, going for the solo, and if it doesn't work, it sometimes gets egg on your face. Oh, yes. Sorry, earlier on in the split. Yeah, so I thought you were talking about that. I thought you were talking about that last game, Jack. My bad. Sorry, I'm with you. Yes, I mean, yes. You're right. It wasn't a good play. But I didn't think anything in that last game was particularly egregious. Yeah, but not for DPS for the Sion. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, JDG tried to blow up Sion a few times, who just altered away and TP back in. It's like that. Like some of the decision making in terms of we are trying to jump this person. It's like, what? Why? Oh, wait, should we scroll? Hang on, I've just scroll that back up. Fun fact for Keriaz, by the way. Sorry about that. I realized I'd scrolled down. I hadn't seen the top of the things. And a roast for Simi as well. So, Simi. It doesn't matter what account name you're under. Your degeneracy, the stink of your degeneracy shines on through. I can smell it through Twitch chat. They probably got you on a few lists. That's all I'm saying. Roaster, fun fact. What's a good fun fact? I kind of want a dinosaur fun fact. Oh yeah, let me go confirm this one. And a roast for Zareth. So Zareth, as I know how you like your roast, this is how you do a roast chicken, right? Okay. Sage, lemon, olive oil. You can, if you want to be really important, really nice. You don't need to overdo this one, but you do want to make sure you pat the skin down after to get like that nice crisp on it. 180, 20 minutes. Probably a bit longer actually, depending on how big the chicken is. More like 40. Don't overdo it though, because you want to keep it nice and juicy. You want, if you're going to do stuffing, then make sure the breadcrumbs are good, because you want nice bread in there. Good sage as well makes a massive difference when you're making good stuffing. Then also consider saving the skeleton for stock. Guys, for the love of God, it's so much cheaper to just buy a whole chicken, roast it, save it, and then the carcass you can basically boil with all the cuttings and peelings from the vegetables you use to make dinner. Put a load of water in, a bit of salt. You can add a bit of spice in if you want, like some thyme is often quite nice in here. Bit of white wine if you really want to be fancy. And you just boil it for an hour, 2 hours. And you strain it off through a sieve. And the liquid you've got is chicken stock. And it's like, you could use that for the next 4 meals. Need to go look at this fun fact. Hang on. Okay, we're back on here. How to make a chicken jackie by the chicken jockey skin. Drop that volume down a little bit. Ooh, there we go. Okay. So, here's my fun fact for you. I hear you. So, Keriaz, here's your fun fact. Deinonychus is significantly cooler than Velociraptors as far as raptors go from dinosaur lore. Velociraptors are cool. But again, realistically, the Velociraptors you see in Jurassic Park are more based on raptors like Deinonychus. Velociraptors are quite small. They're still very dangerous, and they were very nasty pack hunters. But Deinonychus are the kind of more the Velociraptor size you see from Jurassic Park. And they revolutionized how scientists thought of dinosaurs. Before, they were seen as plodding, slow, ponderous reptilian giants. Deinonychus showed that they could be these sleek, fast, aggressive pack hunters. Really changed how dinosaur lore, paleontology worked. And then Deinonychus means terrible claw, because they had this massive claw that obviously Jurassic Park popularized with the Velociraptor. But Deinonychus is really more what Velociraptors are based off. There you go. Terror birds better. They are pretty cool. I mean, that's what raptors evolved into, right? Really? Am I alone today? I am. I am. Alex is away for a few days. It'll likely be me. Gonna try and get some co-casters in, but alas, Vestian didn't respond. I think he did. I don't think he's seen my friend request, which is awkward. Has now accepted my friend request. We'll see whether we can get it. Could be the last game. Might get a Vestian. We'll see. Realistically, what's the biggest dinosaur we could beat? We'll have that conversation a little later. Playing on first streaming LCPL would make some sense. Yeah, I mean, don't blame him. To draft we go, though. Enough about dinosaurs and potential casting. Instead, we look at a series that has gone to an even state of affairs. JDG with a frustrating fumble after a good early game snowball on top. Esports giving Zuian a good nod there, as he and Cream really took the game back into their own hands. Fong Yue as well, I think. Shout out. Great Seraphine showing. Bans come on through. The Varus, the Bard, the TF, away from some very strong proponents and users of it. Honkube, one of the best TFs in the world by my money. I know Alex shares that thought. Karma gets through, gets first picked. And inside the Trundle, Cassiopeia, Oriana away from Cream and Tien, respectively. Tien is having his Trundle just banned. They're just not giving it to him. Nocturne gets locked in. I don't know the prize, and okay, I can only watch NA. No, that's okay. Don't stress about it, Matt. Matthew Oz. The wonderful Matthew of Oz. I think, honestly, some of LCS drafts are pretty cool. I love watching FlyQuest draft. Have some pride. Sivir gets locked in for Jackie Love as well, alongside that Karma. Your ability to just keep the shove rolling is pretty damn strong. Not awful into the Nocturne either. With the On the Hunt, you can sometimes break the tether. Shin's out. Consideration. Oh, now that would be interesting. We're thinking of locking in a top lane and banning out Xiaoshu on double here. Jace is a flex. You can then ban out double tops and then flex a Jace jungle if you need to this way as well. Nico for Vampire. I mean, it follows up well with the Nocturne. Nico loves it when the lights get turned off. Makes it a lot easier to find those big Pot Blossom engagement. People can't damn well see you winding up. Strong lane pairing as well. Lots of poke, lots of range. Maokai away from Tien. Yeah, it would be good with the Jace. Worth noting, actually, I suppose the Jace could go mid here as well, right? Especially if they did have something like that, Maokai. It becomes less of an option now. Cream once upon a time loved the Jace mid. A bit more, there we go. Olaf away from Xiaoshu. Yeah, it's been one of his kind of clutch picks right now alongside the Cassante. Oh, that would be fun. I don't think we're seeing Aurelia quite so freely. Victor. Nice. Okay, strong control between that and the Nico. Your ability to lock down some space is good. Relatively blind pickable. Good damage, good scaling. Between that and the Ezreal, you can actually play for a fairly decent amount of range here. Again, the Jace will be slightly problematic on that front. The Aurora's locked. Still theoretically a flex, actually, if you want to throw the Aurora top of the Jace mid. Skarner is then some engage to work with. Is better with the Karma because you can then speed up and start running into people. And the Sivir, for that matter. So again, you don't have a lot of tools to get your ult off super freely. Though you can be quite a good defensive tool, right? You just stand on top of your Sivir when Nocturne comes diving on in, you time your ult. You just catch him as he lands. The Jace jungle flex into jungle is looking more popular again. It is. Oh, this could be fun. Jace can't play into Tryndamere. It's one of Jace's worst matchups. This is our... Xiaoshu has played Tryndamere into Jace before and absolutely dominated the matchup. You've got the Nocturne to play with as well. Really, really good pairing because the Nocturne can join the Tryndamere. Jace basically struggles to run away. And again, if you hit this point, right, where Jace can't kill you, and then you get to run him down with your ult. And Jace, who likes to go for these burst traits as a squishy champion, finds it very, very difficult to disengage. Phase Rush used to help, but you can't have Phase Rush anymore. This is a really tough matchup. Because if you're ever trapped under your turret, you can't play for the damage because the Undying Rage really messes with Jace's kill combos. You can't poke him out because you've got the healing. And actually, if you ever try to go to your melee form, Tryndamere beats you in terms of the DPS check. The crits are horrible for you to deal with. You can knock him away, but the mocking shout means actually you struggle to keep the speed up to run away. Yes, you can poke him out. Yes, you can still play range. But Tryndamere's got quite a lot of tools to get on top of range champions. And the 1v1 with that global support, the Nico, very, very scary. Not the Nico, the Nocturne, no, the Nico does get to run very, very strong. I think that Tryndamere could be really clutch here. You can play the 4-1 here, where the Nico, the Victor, the Ezreal, very safe, very able to zone control. The Nocturne can then kind of hover between playing for the 4 or playing for that Tryndamere on a split push angle. I think that's a fun draft there. I like this Tryndamere last pick quite a lot. Tryndamere so useless after laning phase. Very strong on a split push angle, though. We'll head to the Rift. And get ready to listen to those gyos. Woo! We are noisy today. Junja here, taken very low is Tien. Got some support from Cream. Went for the level 1 invade on the Nocturne. Flashes away. Now the Victor can join. This is still potentially playable, you know. Tien's really low. They've had to defend this flash from Cream. Misses the twofold hex. Now he's in danger. Okay. Doesn't get what he's looking for necessarily. Flash on Junja. Everything's slowed down. It's really cost the Aurora a lot in this early laning phase here. Thanks for the follow, Mac and Cheese. Might need that snack right now. It's cost Cream a lot in this laning phase. He's down his flash. He's down half a wave. Honkyu's going to be level 2 early and can really start to abuse this. Victor bullies Aurora quite hard because her ranges are in a pretty tough spot. Xiaoshu got knocked into the turret. That's a bit alarming. But again, he's still got that ability to heal himself up. What is that? The Mocking Shout, Spinning Slash, Undying Rage. What's the heal called again? Tryndamere. Let's go look it up. Failed play-by-play. Have to remember ability names. And again, him taking damage is not the end of the world, right? Because he does just get to hit, press W and be okay. He's also gone for the Ignite, wants the 1v1 pressure kill. We've seen the Storm Raiders surge to try and disengage on the Tryndamere. It's kind of expected. Bloodlust. That's the one. Bloodlust. Thank you, Katari. Went lucky myself as well, I'm not gonna lie. It reminds me of WE's Focus and Alice, the essay with the Scion from the last game. The thing is, I have somewhat more sympathy for them trying to jump the Alistar. Basically, because Alistar ult doesn't stop Olaf doing his true damage, right? So the reckless swings still allow you to cut through Alistar better than most other champions. I think they overforced it. But Alistar notoriously has a tough time into the Olaf because you can't CC him, you can't knock him away, you can't disengage him. And your ult doesn't save you theoretically. I do think they made a mistake by overdoing it. I think they definitely made a mistake by... double camping's going to go... Oh, no, Judge! Fine, I have to smite it. Unfortunately, that actually even slows down his clear because it means he doesn't get to smite the Gromp. But it's okay. He'll get to back off here just fine. But Xiaoshu loves this matchup. Because the other thing is that Jace really struggles to get meaningful poke down because you can heal it back up. And anytime you try to use your hammer form, which you do want to, you are in danger of just having the Tryndamere run you down. And the moment level 6 comes on through, you just don't have play patterns. In laning phase, at least. Really denies the point of the Jace, who just has to play defensively. The Jace doesn't get to play for his own lane advantage, is forced to play safely, and that's just not how Jace likes to play the game at all. There's the trade. That's the plan that you have to go for, is do that and run away. The problem is, as you see, Xiaoshu comes away with, like, 20% more HP. Xiaoshu does now have to stack up his rage bar again, the Battle Fury. Again, there's the mocking shout, spinning slash, good thundering blow, knock away. Level 6. You went in? You went in? Oh no! Last auto! Oh, I can't get it. Bloody hell, that was close. Jace hasn't got TP either. Ugh. Well, you didn't get the ult either. Xiaoshu holds it. That's going to be the reset, I think, just because Tryndamere doesn't have the... Tien is here. Oh, hang on. Zuyan's left low. The thing is, Xiaoshu's still got 6, so it could still be a bit frustrating. You can, as the Skarner, invalidate the Tryndamere ult by just pressing R and timing it out, basically. Junja gets that dragon, but he's going to be trapped in the river kind of alone here. Goes down. Well, they get the dragon, but they collapse well. And Junja will trade his life there. Doesn't quite get 6. I think if he got the Scuttle Crab as well, he does have 6. Hang on. Got baited. Xiaoshu gets knocked the other way on this one, I think. Might stack up his Q. Spinning slash in. And it's the Q that's the heal. I always forget that. Mocking shout. Spinning slash. That's a lot of damage. Zuyan step. Zuyan step. Yeah. The wave was in an awful spot. Doesn't have the E. And Xiaoshu just gets the solo. The moment this starts happening, the Jace ends up in a very tricky position. I actually think Jace needs steel caps. And I think he needs them now. He's rushing Ghostblade to try and have the move speed. But this will be a thing. Zuyan's so used to having the counter matchup, I don't think he was necessarily expected to have to deal with this one. Again, it is Xiaoshu, though. He's shown it once already, and it looked really dangerous, this split. Heal. Tangle Barbs, what leads to too much more. We're looking in terms of Dragon time and stuff. Still a couple minutes between worlds. Honky's going to get me left pretty low. The Impale flashed away from. Had to be. Jackie's just having a quiet early game and doing that farming thing. He does that. So they say. How good has Honky been in the LPL? Very good on the whole. I think he got second place All-Pro team. Not without his flaws. Still not the best side laner. Can overplay his hand sometimes. But been one of our best by a long, long way. Trian again goes in. I'm not sure you... you don't win those trades. Junger's getting grubs for a Tryndamere, by the way. As level 6 now as well. There's still Undying Range and Ignite. Zuyan is going to get dove here. They decided against it. I wondered whether there could be an angle. Here we go, flash into mid lane. Fengyu gets a slow with the Mantra Q. Hongq gets rooted and dies. Nicely done. Really good lane gank from the Karma. Really good lane gank. That's good on the Hongq. The moment I say he's doing well, that happens. Xiao Xu. Try to have a look around that river. Doesn't quite find it. It's got the Halo Blade stacked and ready to go. This is going to leave Garlet in a potentially precarious position. Has to leave bot lane. Q onto the blue buff. Probably just going to be the steal here. Has got Smite. Minute and a half till Dragon, so that's unlikely to be the setup as yet. So you can afford to burn Smite, not care too much. What do I think of Junger? I really like him, especially in games where he does invade. Yeah, Junger is very flippy. Junger that gets ahead is incredibly oppressive. But we kind of nicknamed JDG Junger Dice Gaming because basically, Junger is not the best player on JDG. He is, however, arguably their most important. Because when he's ahead, when he's doing well, the team looks so much more dangerous. And I think, honestly, he's had a good split. I think he's been a lot more consistent. And I think he's been, on the whole, very good this series as well, on the whole. Again, I don't think the Jarvan game was his fault. This one death he's had has been from getting Dragon. So he trades his life for Dragon. Kind of okay. Does need to start thinking about ulting at some point soonish. Profane Hydra for the Tryndamere. Oh my days. Zuyan, you just sped yourself up. You need to not be here. The Mocking Shout. There is a genuine world where you get run at here. Yeah, here we go. You're out. You're dead. You're dead. Oh, bloody hell. Flash and Ignite down for the flash. Doesn't want to oversend it. Holds on to the ult, I think, with the flash down over the turret. Just about able to get out to safety. Nocturne will kill him here, but he has to reset. Does have tower. Have TP, rather. Flipping heck, that's scary. Junger's here. This TP would genuinely be his death, which is why he's walking up. He knows the TP would be a really bad idea. He's going to scout out this bush with the shot blast. They see him. But that's just going to be 3 plates down. And he's losing a wave. I mean, poor Zuyan. Bot lane for Jackie Love is really strong, right? Jackie got the kill onto the Nocturne. They can get the Dragon from this. Sivir, 500 CS win condition. Absolutely an active option. But yes, Junger much better than this split. And, you know, I think he's I think he's been one of our top. He could fight for top 3. I think Shun's been the best overall. But then TN, Tarzan, and Junger have been vying and fighting with each other and taking each other's heads off and one-upping each other across the split. It's been kind of those 3, I think, who are probably in contention for the remaining 2 through 4. And the argument can be made anyway. Junger now ults into mid lane. The fear after will proc. There it is. Jackie gets a heal, dies. Focus resolved, but the Pot Blossom puts some damage onto TN, who's not all that tanky. The Impale lands, dragged under turret. Likely will die here with Vampire. Unfortunate. Vampire didn't quite have his flash back up. Top Esports way better draft. I think the Tryndamere is going to be a problem because I don't think either this Aurora or this Jace are going to have a very fun time in the side lane versus this. The Aurora at least has ways of getting over walls, a lot of mobility, so can probably just about slow the Tryndamere down. But the Jace is just never going to play a side lane. Turret 1 is gone. And that gold lead does not necessarily get any smaller anytime soon. Also with the Nocturne behind you, the moment Nocturne is off vision, gets level 11. He's got Hexplate already, actually, so, you know, actually the level 11 is somewhat immaterial. We'll have ult on a very short cooldown. You can play towards that Tryndamere very easily. Pretty good fun. if we do get to big old team fights where Skarner gets a big ult, Cream and Sivir get massive, and you know, Jackie loves Sivir, get massive AoE damage. Still very good. I think they are somewhat outranged with the Victor and the Ezreal, but because of the speed ups from the Karma and the Sivir, your ability to close the distance is still pretty good. And of course, Aurora ult from a flank is still quite able to get across onto that Victor, onto that Ezreal. Gala has to flash, gets slowed down, misses the upheaval, should be just about okay. That was interesting. Well, Gala down the flash now. Dragon's still a couple minutes off. Herald in 50. That's probably our next border call. I think if Sivir loses her mid turret, then top esports start to get very nervous. This is playable at this point. Like, the Jace is struggling, but the rest of the team is doing fine. Looking towards Hongq here. They are going to try and send at him. Junger's around knowing they might look at this. Yeah, they've got an idea. Going to try and defend this. Do lose that ward. Xiaoshu gets the slow with the mocking shout. Oh, Zuian. Vampire flashes. TN still gets to him. The TP's come flying. This gets a bit spicy. Good spell shield from Jackie. Going to try and trade 1-for-1 here again if they can. The Pop Blossom doesn't come on through. Mocking shout. Ignite's not quite enough for the death ray. Does its work. 1-for-1. TP for TP. Who got the kills? TN did. Hops away. And Hongq did. Probably better kill allocation for JDG. Herald's up though. Junger's coming. And TP in from Xiaoshu, who just goes back and buys most of a collector. Okay. Alright, here we go. Reset. They've got to be so careful because Xiaoshu again didn't have to burn ult. That makes a big difference. TN's going to have to drive away. Eats a lot of damage. Protoplasm Harness procced, but that means it's not going to save him. Jackie spell shields. This will be Herald for JDG. Where's 369 taking a break? Yeah, after all the drama with Nayo, he's taking a break. I think that really made him feel pretty rough. I think fortunately for top esports, Zuian has actually been really good on the whole. This isn't a great game from him, but hey, the Tryndamere lane is just not playable. TN's actually in a lot of danger, has to flash. Yeah, doesn't have the E. Got trapped within that gravity field. Very nicely done. Dragon is next port of call. Buckle up, folks. TN no flash. It's a big one. Gala still no flash. Also a big one. Jackie's at 1 item, not quite at 2. Herald in inventory for Junger makes it pretty spicy. I'm still here. Sorry, it took a second to grab a drink. Try to be subtle about it. Solo casting issues. JDG in the river first. Gala got chunked out, but then so does Fengyue now. The Battle Herald down. Down to 2,000 HP. The gravity field, the paranoia. Dragon secure, Pop Blossom in. Paranoia to the backline. Junger now gets quite low, has to flash away. Oh, that between worlds! Horrifying. Zuian flashes, trying to get Hongq, can't quite. Gala SSB training for Cream will get him. Xiaoshu makes himself undying, but only for a second or two longer. Oh, Jackie and Cream unleash. That between worlds was picture perfect. Junger kind of goes alone. And the flashes and between worlds hit absolutely everyone. Oh. Monster fight. Tryndamere couldn't follow. And JDG going to be looking at that one and wincing. So initially it looks good. Dragon taken, Battle Herald available, Vampire gets a Pop Blossom, but it doesn't get the Spell Shin. Junja ends up a little low. Xiaoshu is forced away by Zuyan. That Between Worlds, with all of those ricochets, evaporates the JDG health bars. That's a one-item Civet. But Cream's Aurora, I mean... We give him the clap of approval there. That's nasty as hell. 9 Dark Seal stacks out of nowhere. Cream might just have won them the game there with the best Between Worlds I've seen in a hot minute. Wonderful re-engage. Here we go. Punish though. Flash out of Jackie Love. Fear back makes Junja's life hell. I think he's just dead. Oh dear. The Inner Flame. Focus Resolve for it rather. Does its work. Oops. Xiaoshu should get this turret. So at least that happens. But I mean, that's a couple bad plays from Junja back to back. I think he was hoping to get into the Herald, by the way. I think if he gets in that Herald, he gets to escape in that fight, thinking back. I don't know why no one took it. Need the extra CC, you drop it down, don't get any value. Calm has been great. Yep, Feng Yue has been super, super wonderful with the spell shields and the inner focus resolves. That's the one. Where are we at now? JDG have got themselves in a bit of a precarious position, haven't they? Top Esports after that Dragon fight, which in fairness they have drafted for, find themselves in a phenomenal position. Jackie Love is very close to what will be an Infinity Edge to follow the Essence Reaver, Flicker Blades, utility combo, loads of extra abilities, loads of extra mana, and you know, a Spellblade proc to go with everything else. Lovely. Tryndamere did his part. I think Junja's not had a great game on the whole, unfortunately. I also think that Honkyu maybe also been a little bit caught out. It's just not been particularly well executed team fights. And I think the Tryndamere is now going to struggle to fully commit to this side lane gaming despite the grubs because of the map control they've dropped. I'd love that mid turret. Can maybe look at it. This would be a mistake, I think. Junja's here. They've gone. This might be a mistake. This might be a mistake. Junja does have break that tether. They can jump on Zuyan, who does go down. No! And Junja ends up going down as well. The Undying Rage doesn't last long enough, and it's a 2-for-1. The dive on the Tryndamere is successful. Junja's just too squishy. And now the jungler's dead as well. I thought that could have been really, really difficult with Xiaoshu with the ult, with Junja around. But they just take too much damage. I really didn't expect that. True Shot Barrage, tags up a couple, but it's not going to stop the Baron. Hats off, Top Esports. I didn't respect your dive potential there. I wonder whether Honkyu could have TP'd. Maybe, but it happened so fast, it probably would have been a little too slow even at this point in the game. That'll be Baron, and Top Esports are winning the game from here, I think. Excellent work. I'd love a replay there, because I think Xiaoshu ended up burning his ult a little early. I thought Junja should probably have ulted in, perhaps a touch faster as well, because obviously the Karma gets a fair amount of work done initially. Just not that tanky. So it doesn't have the tier 2 boots either, so no steel caps, no merc treads. That little bit of extra resist probably does help. Doesn't have it. Dragon started. JDG want to take this before the resets come through from the Baron. Maybe get the fight after. Here we go. Zuyan's coming. Vampire on a flank angle. Not spotted as yet. Look for the play. Dragon's taken. Looking for the Pop Blossom in. Does find that route, but TM flashes it. Jackie Love does get knocked up. That puts him into a difficult position. Gets over shielding and healing. Then it doesn't matter. And the turnaround damage between worlds is dangerous as Gala's split off. Junja in the backline, desperate to get something. Will find nothing. And again, the team fights have been Top Esports domain. JDGG in chat instead. Triple kill for Zuyan, who suddenly finds himself smiling after the difficult laning phase. The Tryndamere May have been a great 1v1, 2v2 specialist, but these team fights have allowed him, and more importantly, the rest of the team to go, don't worry, mate, we've got you. 6-1 and 10 on the Sivir. 2-1 and 11 on that Skarner. Only one assist off max KP on the Karma. A little easier on the Karma with your big AoE shielding, but it's been about those grouped up fights, and they have been wonderful, haven't they? My suspicion is it's Cream that'll get the MVP after some monster ults. But we'll track and see. They get the Dragon, TM flashes, Vampire's flank, just doesn't really work out that well. You got the pulse bottom to Jackie, but just doesn't take any damage, he's got so much shields! And the Between Worlds, again, just blows up everyone. Aurora Borealis. Sit there and watch the wonder. Xiaoshu's about to get jumped, and I think at this point the Tryndamere is hitting the point where he can't kill someone and get out with his ult. So, and being forced to ult defensively really sucks. Like, you can do this, right? Try and run at Fongyue. That's not bad. Good crit. He will go 1 for 1. You know what? Well done, Xiaoshu. You were strong. Honkyu's going to keep trading on this side lane best he can. There's a bit of a looking at poor old Jesu right up there, kind of by himself, actually. Well, doesn't get the inhibitor, goes a little bit deep. I thought that was looking... Anyway, Sweetheart. Didn't need to die there. Game is still over. Top Esports still very much in position. That was, a little bit much. Caught on the retreat there. Nice from Vampire to get something. Jackie Love with the Infinity Edge. Very scary. This Civ is at critical mass, folks. Have a look at this replay. They pull Xiaoshu out from under the safety of his turret. They can't quite kill him before he gets the Undying Rage, and then Fongyue takes a turret shot, and Xiaoshu gets a monster crit. Watch this. Woo! Oh, you get mod anniversaries. Congrats on 18 months as a mod, Harold. How on earth did JDG come back? Maybe... Well, to be fair, JDG do actually have Soul Point. Somehow. Despite losing the Dragon fights, they did win the 2 last smites. It's just the fights after. I kind of not tracked that properly. Apologies, folks. It's not necessarily going to matter with the GA now on Jackie as well. The Randuin's on Tia. But if you can get Infernal Soul, you have got an Ezreal, you have got a Victor. 3 items for Gala. Is potentially playable, you know? Seconds till Soul. JDG is still down. Near enough 7,000 gold. Let's be fair. Compared to scaling as well, things get tricky. That's also another point. There is no flash on Vampire, so no flash Nico engage. Realistically, the only flash available for JDG will be Nocturnes. Most flashes are up for top esports. Zuian doesn't have his. But I think we're coming into this fight with a serious discrepancy. Banshee's Veil's done for Cream, so stopping him on the engage isn't going to be easy. Also means things like the Mocking Shout won't initially land onto him. JDG don't have to fight this. They can play this slow. They can afford to give up Dragon. They've got Soul Point. They can play this to get another item on Honkyu, to get a 3rd item on Junja. Just stuff done. And they will not contest. I think losing that fight loses you the game. This buys you time. To what end? I would have been nice to get some waves really shoved up on the far side and in mid lane. Like hard send to the mid tier 1. JDG needs Shield Reaver. Yeah, I am expecting a Serpent's Fang from Ezreal 4th and probably from Tryndamere, honestly. I agree. By Sivir time 2, though. I mean, the Sivir doesn't need more time. She's there. Her getting a 5th item doesn't change that much. It'll get an LDR, but again, in this game, LDR is whatever. Honestly, Mortal Reminder is probably more valuable into the Ezreal. But you know what? Mortal Reminder. I take it back. That's what it's going to be. QSS for Xiaoxu is pretty big. Gives him a lot more tools to keep playing the fight. He's got the double pen items in the collector into LDR, which is pretty good going. Here comes the paranoia. As the on the hunter's pot could damage onto Jackie, but the shields are dumb, by the way. Oh, creep! Gets onto Honku, half the health bar just disappears. Followed by some ricochets! Oh, Jackie gets him through his own teammates! Oh, now Xiaoxu's on the flank. Makes himself a dime, but he's in 1v4. Will QSS and cleanse, but he's only so angry. And it turns to exhaustion. Solo lane is down. And the pizza is delivered with alacrity. And the tip turns out to be one Nexus turret. Maybe two. Ah, you know what? Throw in a Nexus after the Pop Blossom. But there's no one to follow because everyone's bloody well dead. Vampire finds a great engage with no one there to see it. And Top Esports will take their team fighting prowess to a Game 3 victory. Put themselves to series point. Back-to-back wins. And leave us with JDG sweating about the lower bracket, where their fellow first stand attendee BLG awaits somewhere along the line. Oh boy. LPL has never been a region where our top teams get to hold the crown tightly. Too much changes, too many top teams, too much in terms of gameplays and monster brackets and gauntlets to run. Tien and Cream splitting the vote right now. Jackie also had some good moments. I think who I would give MVP here to. It's Cream. Surely it's Cream. Those Aurora ults were superb. I think some very poor trigger pulls from Top Esports are going to be what they'll be frustrated about. I think Cream had some monster ones himself, but we never actually saw the Victor and Ezreal get to play slow fights. We never really saw Nocturne get to play towards the Tryndamere particularly. Yaska's in chat. One of the great Trynd mid players of League history. Jackie loved clearing. I mean, he was great. The Sivir got to get critical mass and team fight. The Tryndamere did some spinning, did some winning in the solo lane, murdered Jace a number of times, and then the rest of the map fell apart. Like, I will say JDG's draft had some thought to it. Nocturne plus Nico, very dangerous combo. Turn the lights off, dive on in. Ezreal and Victor to play it slow. You counterpunch the engage. And Tryndamere can join you on a dive if you need to. But they never actually synced it up, and the skill floor was higher. There were some really cool answers there. Like, Aurora doesn't enjoy laning into the Victor. The Ezreal can stay safe from the potential Skarn, who struggles to get on top of them. You can counterpunch the Skarner going in with the Nocturne, with the Nico, but they failed to be consistent in their trigger pulls. They failed to get the Tryndamere to the point, well, to play around the Tryndamere, and basically the 4 of the 4-1 didn't hold up their end of the bargain. It was an easier comp to execute from Top Esports. Turn up to fights, press R on Sivir, press RE on Karma, run at them with the Cream ult on Aurora. And that simplicity did them wonders. Cream, I think, is my MVP with some superb Aurora ults. But I could see it being Jackie. I think those two are probably going to be the ones that would understandably get the nod here. And I think Gala's been quiet. I think Honky's been a little quiet. I need better from them. I think Junja ended up going it alone more than he should have done, for whatever reason. And that also hurt a lot. JDG now find themselves down series point. Their gotcha picks are the Victor into the Aurora. And more importantly, that Tryndamere into the Jace do not lead them to the victory. If you don't want to see ads, by the way, please do consider subscribing. You get to avoid ads that way. I'm going to get myself a glass of water. And more importantly, a cup of coffee. Oh. Hey folks, we're back. Apologies on the delay. I went to go sort my voice out because it was struggling a little bit there. Oh. Hi. Oh. I do apologize for being a little late there. Went to go get a quick cup of tea for my voice because it was dying a bit. And do some vocal exercises. Morgana. Huh. Huh, okay, well, we'll break this down now. Apologies on that delay. Ugh. That's what I get for going to sort my voice out. Okay, so. Maokai, Kate Morg, very oppressive if you're in the jungle first. Jesus. Miasma, Dark Binding, Pool, Black Shield, Caitlyn Traps. JDG get to the river first. It's hell on earth. Top Esports, at least with the Ziggs and the Hui. I'm assuming they're going to switch. That's not going to be Tien on Hui jungle, right? This is... Right? That's not Hui jungle. Okay, it's just like there's not roll... Okay, yeah, things have fallen through. Okay. Wow. Okay. So. I'm assuming we'll be going in fairly shortly. Just a bit of an issue with draft there. JDG no engage versus poke. They do have engage. Because between Maokai, Morg... what is it called? Was it Renection top? Yeah, they do have engage. But their engage is basically very reliant on people coming into them. So if they are in the river first, they have engaged by virtue of forcing people to come into the river, right? Because you've got to go through the traps and the binding and the Maokai ult. I think it's a lot harder if they have to force plays outside of that. And because again, like Petrifying Gaze as well, right? Like, good God, to walk through that. But I think their power is going to be much more much more focused on come on, Sam. Like being in position first. And the Maokai will likely go burn build off a very few opportunities for the Trundle to steal stats. Because the Trundle can actually really suffer into the saplings. Kate Morg with one of the OG bully lanes, indeed. Anyone caught by Morgana is super dead. Kate trap under, that's the plan. Yes. That is the plan. I wanted to look something up. What did I want to look up? Oh, what did I want to look up? Okay, yeah, so basically by the looks of it, they weren't able to switch, so they had some issues like locking things in, so there's remaking draft. It shouldn't take too long, hopefully. We'll be into game fairly swiftly. Wait, who picked Morgana? JDG. JDG, yes. Speed? We good? Okay, there we go. That was weird. Hopefully we shouldn't be waiting too long here. Tuesday is this playoff day. Nope. Nope. No more game 5. We'll see. I think JDG's. I think both drafts make sense. I need to look at Top Esports again. What did Top Esports go for? They had. I don't remember. Let me just see if I can see it. Where art thou? LPL stats. Okay. So they got a double poke, don't they? Because they've got Ziggs Hui. So in some ways, they can potentially try to outrange and play for poke. Like, if they get vision control, there's not that many ways to close the distance, particularly. Like, Maokai's going to need to be very good there. Black Shield helps a little bit to mitigate some of it. And I think the Alistair and the Trundle are not going to have a lot of fun. But theoretically, Ziggs Hui just allows you to, like, just win a poke war. Theoretically. Because no one on the enemy team deals with poke particularly well. Yeah, you'll need to zone people out well. But because basically, either team ends up in the river first, it's not fun for the other team. I think it is... Top Esports can play the poke outside the river, at least vaguely. I think JDG need their comp to be in the river first, though I think they've probably got better ways of forcing with the Maokai ult if they want to be very aggressive. That said, Alistair, Trundle, Alistair in particular does have that capacity to kind of just brute force in with the ult if needed. But I think it's going to be some very big standoffs around objectives. The Ziggs and Hui need to land their skill shots, though, big time. Because otherwise they're going to have to deal with saplings and Caitlyn traps and Miasma and Petrifying Gaze and Maokai ult and all of that kind of mass of zone denial that will be very, very annoying. Oh, who are your ads? Be gone. Not sure you want to crash your way in against Macasio, though? Yeah, well, that's the reason I said it's not going to be much fun. JDG's team, if it gets into the river, is going to be very, very oppressive. Why is Gala crying? Is he? I didn't see. I was looking at chat, to be fair. Might be an awkward kangaroo angle. Hey, Alex isn't here today, unfortunately. It's just me, Sam. He's away for a couple days, but it is alas just I. Who do you think is going to win game 4, though? I think I like JDG's comp more. I think Top Esports have been playing a better game, but I think JDG's got the better comp. Which would imply a game 5. Dancing around. We should be getting in so soon. JDG looks so mentally broken. Yeah, I think that last game wasn't very good from them. Honestly, they played very, very poorly in the team fights. I like this comp more. It's a different style of comp, but it also helps shore up the fact that they had some very poor dragon fights over the last two games. This comp is very, very, very good in the river. Hey, Solly, good to see you. Yeah, I also... Daniel. I also think there is an issue with JDG and how they've been playing around objective fights. Like, it has been very, very easy to outflank and outmaneuver them at team fights, but I think they've been making some very questionable decisions. In terms of, like, game 2, very bad position to allow Zuyan to get very, very powerful flanks off that caught out multiple key members repeatedly. And then game 3 was really awkward trigger pulls that Top Esports were able to kite back from and then re-engage with the Aurora ult and the Sivir ult. Became very, very frustrating for them to deal with. So I think JDG have just said, screw it, we're going to draft to make playing Dragon fights so much more potent and not have to kind of navigate a much narrower set of win cons in a fight. That's looking like we might be heading on to the Rift. Everyone's in the right position. That looks great. To the Rift we go, potentially for the final time today. Gyos to come. bot lane. Heals, burns, Vampire flashing for the binding. Can't quite get onto Fongyu. He's left low, but gets out. Whew. First strike Maokai. Yeah, makes sense. Going towards the burn build. Morg with the spellbook to get more summoners. Jackie's still not got any CS. The Kate Morg is doing the Kate Morg things of shoving. Got the headshot available. So Gala's going to look for one onto Jackie or Fongyu. Just zoning people off a bit. Morg throws out the binding, goes wide. Fongyu is trying to headbutt people away and get a few more passive stacks for the Triumphant Roar, because you don't get a lot to do at the level 1. And again, you get the flash heal off the Morg. You take what you can. Again, the fact that she's running Spellbook allows her to get away with this a little bit more, and that's okay. TN's going to look for a very early gank onto the Cassiopeia. We don't see a lot of level 3 ganks to mid. This is potentially really good. Flash over the pillar. The slow's still there. Can Cream get the fear? No. Okay. Get the flash. It's on the way through to Raptors. Binding wide. Plate goes down. Trap denies standing next to the turret properly. Puts Fongyue's angles a bit down. Time the ward on the second. Very cleanly done. Piltover Peacemaker catches Jackie. Just trying to keep Jackie zoned off the wave. Successfully so. Junji gets the bot side Scuttle Crab. And Tien, with his little slugger Trundle, goes down towards that top side river to pick up that Scuttle Crab there. Worth noting, Tien had this Trundle banned away from him like repeatedly this series in first round, first ban kind of angles. What happened to 369? Took a break after the Nio stuff and Zuyan's come up and actually had a very good split. Pulled out Vayne and beat Bim with it. Had some really cool counter pick angles. Sapling towards the respawning Gromp. And Junji just goes on his merry way. Shower Shoot gets a Cull the Meat, gets the Conqueror stack after that Ruthless Predator. Can probably trade okay here with Zuyama, but he gets the hop over and now gets his own attack speed. Shower Shoot's now going to eat quite a lot of damage here. There might be a Flash Force. Just about knows it. Cream throws down the Tranquil Pool to give himself some shielding and healing, but Conky then steps beyond it with the Twin Fangs with the Noxious Blast Poison, allowing for the repeated damage. Nasty. Nasty. Okay, Fongyue is known about. They see the retreat pings going in. Just keep your eyes on that. Some idea about where the Trundle is by process of elimination as well. Xiaoshu slices. Culls the Meek. Got that level 61. And again, it is Xiaoshu's Renekton. His most iconic and consistently dangerous pick. Nice Cull the Meek angle. Zuyan's about to hit Mega, so I think this will likely be the end of that. And look for a wallop into the boulder toss. Crunches. Meganar away. Tien's coming. This gets a bit interesting. Another wallop. Dominus gets procced. Tien's now here. There's the pillar. Sliced one. Binding. Interrupts the reset. Piltover Peacemaker follows. Vampire going to look to interrupt a few more backs. Poor Jackie with no mana. Does have the TP. The Black Shield. Forces a flash out of Jackie. Wow. Really delays that reset as well. Gala gets all the value in the world down here. TN's going to take the opportunity to go into the enemy jungle and try and steal away this blue buff. Maokai is coming. There is a Cassiopeia who could potentially roam over as well. Gnar with a shove. Can probably join a bit fast. It'll come down to a smite fight. Of course, this is into a Maokai who can just WQ smite and make this very difficult to contest. Of course, Junja doesn't have the smite. So, would have actually been a relatively stealable camp there for TN, but he didn't know that. Dragon 1 went the way of JDG, which is partly why we saw TN coming on here to try and contest this. Still no smite. Still fighting over this. There's the Twisted Advance. TN gets Subjugate down onto Junja. Out comes the Nature's Grasp, and that puts TN into a tricky spot. Flashes away. Xiaoxu, remember, doesn't have his own passive. The Miasma comes down. The bonking is pretty good. The Spiraling Despair is here. Fongyue now around as well. Makes this quite interesting. The hop onto Honkyu is now going to be left to the wolves as he gets hit by the Crushing Maw, and Cream gets his first kill. They can maybe look for a bit more as the Fleeting Current allows them to speed themselves up. Junja has to flash. Vampire now trapped at the back of the pit and has to flash out there as well. Junja might lose his Gromp here. A lot of summoners blown to go 1 for 1. Vampire about to Trinity. Look at Jackie here, who does get out safely. Again, has not had a lot of fun early on. Again, your Ziggs Alistair desperately trying to farm into the double horror show that is Gala and Vampire on Kate Morg. Out comes the Dark Binding. The Bouncing Bomb. Out comes that little bit of Ruthless Predatory. Dragon, minute and a half away. Thank you for the sub, by the way, Crapton. How the game's been? Just woke up. On the whole, top esports have been team fighting better than JDG. This looks like a fun draft from JDG, though, to come back after dropping 2 games on the trot. And I think Gala and Vampire getting this kind of lead feels pretty good. Though Gala's managed to get leads a couple times, but the team fighting has still been not fantastic from JDG around these objectives. This comp should theoretically just be better at it, though. Especially with this early prio if they get into the river first. Tien, of course, did get his Trundle's been banned away from him like the entire series. Tien has really been one of the greatest junglers of all time. Had some interesting moments. Xiaoxi's burned the ult. Now sees Tien. Clears the wave. Could just get pillared and run down here, actually. Xiaoxi doesn't have flash. This could be really deadly. It's going to be turned around. 300 day just to flash away. Does survive. And now Tien's here. And Junja can maybe be able to jump onto Tien. Who's going to subjugate, but Honkyu's here. There is no flash. They'll twin fang this one down. Honkyu's donated the kill. JDG get themselves off to a nice little counter gank in that top side. Cream stays mid. Gets a plate or 2. We'll try and get some value for Honkyu leaving lane. Yeah, that's kind of the thought process, Craps. And also, if you're in the river first, Cake Traps, Morgana, whole kit, Honkyu throwing down the Miasma, saplings everywhere, Nature's Grasp, Petrifying Gaze. If you're in the river first, your zone control and like choke point denial is very, very, very annoying. Feel like Renekton should have committed for Gnar. Yeah, I don't think they had the flash. They couldn't have gotten any further. So Zuyan gets out. TN 0 and 2 now. Doesn't feel great for him. He's had that happen like 3 out of 4 games. But he's come back well from it. Good turn to Dragon regardless. They're in the river first. Makes life a little harder for JDG. Again, they can force with the Maokai. Well, they could force the Maokai ultimate if they had it, but they used it topside to counter gank, and that actually does hurt their ability to get into the pit. Junja has flash, but I think if he flashes in, it will be the last thing he does for 30 seconds or so. Who wins? JDG in a solid spot right now, but it's certainly not a guarantee. Top Esports picking up that dragon feels pretty good for them. Didn't see who got all the grubs, actually. I think it was JDG. Vampire gets ignited. It's Fungio using the spellbook. They back away from the Tormented Soil. Actually, it's Tormented Shadow now, isn't it? So we are nearly at Mega. Does eat a slightly annoying Cole the Meek. Wallop after. Cream is 16-1 through his career. Yeah, if there was a player in the LPL you wanted to see on Hui, it is Cream. When he was really bad at mages, Hui was one of the ones he first picked up and did crazy work with. Rihanna's about to get hit by the Nature's Grasp as Hop gets fair away from this. Tien's now here, can look to Pillar, and now they've gone very deep for this. Nice bot back, but Zuyan buys quite a lot of time, gets to start running away. They will get one back. Now, of course, they're in a pretty interesting position. The crushing Maul comes on through. Flash for the Petrifying Gaze. Xiaoxu gets the Dominus. Flash away from Tien. Fengyue gets the Pulverize. And Xiaoxu's now trapped in an awkward spot. Headbutted towards Cream. Doesn't get that much healing. Honku gets that kill. Xiaoxu needs to get towards this turret. Does Cream have flash? Does can look for the flash. Devastating Blaze. And probably the kill. Decent first auto. Gets the slice. Manages to hold the line for the devastating fight, but just out of range. Like Cream has no mana, fears him back towards the turret, and Cream has gone real deep here to make his way onto Xiaoxu, fully committed, far too hard. Where's the rest of the team? Fleeting Current allows him to walk away, get some mana back. They can't kill him. 2 for 1 between the turrets. Why is Morgana not popular? She's like Lux, but more useful later, way more useful later game. A couple reasons. Morg ult is very, very hard to use as support. She has got a very weird mix of kits. She's part pick champion with the Q and the W. Part protection champion with the E. Ah, we missed this bot side. So did Jackie go down? Looks like he did, yeah. Nice. And Gala gets the kill as well. Very nice roam in from Vampire. So her ult, her E, and her QW feel like they're from 3 separate kits. The only real way she gets to use her ult is by flashing in, and then she needs a Zhonya's or it's really tough. And then she's melee range as a Morgana, which sucks. Her E is really, really strong. But again, it doesn't necessarily aid in her like pick or anything like that. Her Q is very long cooldown. She uses her Q. She then has very limited threat. Lux is, with her RQE, has got much more ability to play as a poke mage or a pick mage in a way that Morgana doesn't. It's a bit more on theme. Morg is still good, and the Black Shield in particular, if it's strong, is incredibly valuable. Like, again, this game, being able to prevent something like the Alistair engage or a Hui combo feels really, really good. But you have very odd scaling. You have very, unfortunately, like you struggle to poke in a way that Lux can more safely. R is significantly more useful on Lux. Yes, Black Shield is strong. But yeah, as a result. Also Vision for Lux, yes, because you can use your E to scout stuff out in a way that Morg can't quite so freely. Okay, dive on the Xiaoxu. They're going to just try and run at this. This is going to be a lot of damage. There, that's good by Renekton, who does not have any way to deal with that one. Very nicely done. They'll give up the Herald for it, but they're going to try and rush for this turret. 3 grubs for JDG. Means that Honku can TP down and try and turn that one. The Mega Inferno Bomb. A little late from the Ziggs to try and punish that and try and steal that away. They'll reset just fine. Actually, Trundle? He's going to have to back away there. Yeah. Okay. Dragons, 40 seconds. They want to reset. Maybe look at that one instead. Nice pick up for Cream, who's now 2-0. The Ziggs is down quite a lot. Gala's had a great series. I think Jackie has not had the easiest time laning into Gala and Vampire. We've been pretty good on that front. It's been later on where things have fallen apart for Gala in particular. Last game perhaps being a bit of an exception. Managing Jackie lane just fine there. Free. Looks the devastating fire into the Grim Visage. Can't quite land it. Jackie eats quite a lot of damage. Ugh, oh man, that burns really annoying. Eats quite a lot of junk. And one of the weird reasons you see Caitlyn into Ziggs is because later on, Caitlyn poke, particularly with the ace in the hole onto Ziggs, is not something he can heal up. You don't get lifesteal on AP champion. So poke that lands on a Ziggs sticks on a Ziggs. He does get to run teleport, which means he does reset a bit more free. But JDG in the river first now. And all of those choke points are going to be hell on earth to cross through. So all that's not happened to be, and we'll get the plate. Crunch away. Be happy enough with that. Jackie clears the wave. Has at least got to the point now where he can clear waves kind of infinitely. Yeah, Lux E is longer range as well. Like Morg W is good, but it doesn't necessarily provide the slow, which Lux E is actually quite useful, or the vision. Yes, it's lower latency, and the fact that you can do it with no cast time, but that's not too much of an advantage. Also, Morg Q gets messed up with minions. Lux Q goes through minions, which can be quite nice. Like, Morg Q is more potent if it lands, but Lux is just significantly easy to land theirs on. That's not to say Morg doesn't have her place, but she is kind of a bit of a weirdly disjointed champion. I think either her E or her R would need to be reworked to be more useful. After BLG's shellacking where they lacked info where everyone was more than half the time. Yeah, I mean, basically, WE just grouped up with very good plays from Cube and from Monkey to just turn up in lanes where they weren't expected, and BLG did not track rotations at all. Like, very, very awkward knowledge of where people were going on resets. Junja in the river, looking to go top. Play for this turret. Morgu ult's best to use the peel for carry. Yeah, and even then it's not great peel. Like, it's okay peel. Like, it's not bad anti-dive, and even then it takes so long to proc. You alright, Sam? Pretty comp. You're right, Sam. Pretty good comp from JDG. Yeah, I agree. I think JDG got a pretty solid comp here. And the Morg is valuable. Like, the black... In a comp where the Black Shield has value, Morgana will always have a place. She is quite vulnerable to being picked. She can only Black Shield one person. Again, the identity as champion's a little bit mixed. The Shirelias is good, though. Finding nearly there. Can drop the Herald mid. They're going to try and play for this one very aggressively. Ziggs can drop the... Trundle can try and body block this. Yeah, they can't get the Herald to charge because Trundle Pillar was a thing. And so they kind of have a really awkward Herald play. And the turret stays standing. Can buff her numbers, but then she's kind of busted. Yeah, exactly. It's very... Like, if you buff her numbers to make her actually good, she's too strong. Okay, body block by the Alistair. He then cleanses with the Spellbook Cleanse. She's frustrating to play against, same as Zed. Yeah, true. Part of it's just like, just get better at dodging, like, legitimately. It's like, there's one skill shot, and it's an important one. There's Jackie Love being jumped on again. Vampire full sends. Doesn't quite get what he's looking for. Use the exhaust to get the slow. But Jackie did have to flash, and now there's a pillar potential. Vampire needs to be a bit careful. The pillar comes down onto Gala, who now has to flash as well. Ghost flash off him, and now this will be satchelable. Nicely done from Top Esports. The full send from Vampire ends up coming back to bite them as the collapse comes on down from Top Esports. And now Caitlyn is going to be a lot more vulnerable. Dragon's in 20 seconds, and she's not on the map. Doesn't get to set up in the river. Top Esports do have to potentially be careful here. Yeah, Tien's going to have to run away. Sapling's there. Triggers it. Runs away. TP back in from Renekton. Cream and Honkyu can join with their teleport. So 4v4 for now. A little late to the party in the river at TES despite getting that turret mid. So now actually Fongyue is going to be in danger. Does need to put down the exhaust. Headbutts in but gets interrupted by the Petrifying Gaze. Flashes out. Probably just the end of this Dragon contest. Jackie gets knocked up briefly on top of his own satchel, but they get into the river. Fongyue left low, but surviving. Watch Xiaoxu with that potential blast cone. There we go. Nature's Grasp. Fongyue's going to headbutt away. Will likely die now as the trade. Tien got into the Dragon Pit, but did not manage to get that Dragon. Flashes away as JDG find themselves at Mountain Soul Point. The Megadar into the wall. Xiaoxu flashes, but there's a crunch away. Will go down. Zuiyan gets that one. Severing Bolt wide on Honkyu. Tranquil Current. Fleeting Current. Sorry. Doesn't quite land either. TES do get a lot of gold on the map there, though. They get the kill. They get 2 kills. Vampire died as well, which I missed in the fight. In trade for Fongyue, alongside Xiaoxu and the bot lane turret. They are still down Mountain Soul Point, though, and that is not good news. A little bit awkward from JDG again. Didn't get the setup properly because of Gala being forced out of the mid lane earlier on. Xiaoxu goes in. Gets black shielded, so isn't immediately CC'd. Value of the Morgana is good, but the Vampire got hit by the spiraling Despair and dies. Just not very tanky as a support, and then Xiaoxu goes a little deep there. That cost him the bot turret as well. Morg could be more of a mid laner or a jungler. Yeah, kind of. Why didn't they dive away? What is Jundra up to? I mean, I don't think he didn't have the... Yeah, I think they went a little bit deep there. Split calls. Because they got the dragon, they were done. Vampire was dead. I was like, I'm not sure you want that fight. You're going to get creamed. You did. Cream is going to be a serious issue this game now. Yes, Honkyu's also managed to get to a serious point of power. He's 3-1. Good CS numbers. But the shutdowns have gone Cream's way. And now he's pretty scary. I didn't think about that phrasing. Didn't think about that phrasing. It's fine. Soul Point and all those objectives for JDG, I think, still give them the advantage here. But the gold lead has gone. And the fact that they are down all of these outer turrets is going to be very frustrating now. Because TES have got a lot of wave clear. And between Hui and Zigzal, I mean, no wave is touching a turret at any time soon. And it makes it a lot harder for JDG to get into the river first where their comp wants to be. Gala building towards the rapid fire cannon to try and threaten the likes of the Hui and more importantly the Ziggs as well a bit more freely. Guys, well, the LPL stream app. Twitch.tv/Nymaera. Or YouTube Alex Nymaera Hapgood. There is no official stream anymore. We're as close as it gets alongside LPL English, which is another co-stream. That's a fan project. But yeah, twitch.tv/Nymaera will bring you to... just me, to be fair. It'll be me. Hello. But come say hello. Fongyue will get a bonk on there. Bonk. And again, stalling. And once again, JDG, solid early game. Good objective focus. And then we hit the stage in the game. And they have not been playing their team fights around these objectives well. To be honest, I don't find Morgana annoying, but that's maybe because in high elo she just sucks. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, skill shot, she's just harder to play at that top level, right? I think in this comp she has value because, you know, obviously good pairing with the Caitlyn, and the Black Shield is really good to help in the double AP pick, basically. But she's halfway between pick and protect to carry comp player, and the ult just doesn't make sense with either, right, to be honest. JG jungle mid better, yeah. Though I think Cream has been playing a very good game here. Gala has got himself Gathering Storm. So we'll be starting to get some serious stacks there, binding lands. But yeah, again, this is just support Morgana. The damage is minimal. Trap lines up. TN TP's in. Can look for the flank angle. This gets spicy. Here we go. Nature's Grasp. Zuian's got a really good Mega Gnar angle. Fangua gets taken low. Exhaust onto TN. Vampire gets a little low himself. Honku also about half. Zuian with the Mega. Can look to go into the pit. Gets two into the wall. Honku is slippers. The snake skin variety. Vampire needs to Shirelli's out, but they keep running out this one. Mounted Soul denied as Top Esports get that kill. Junja gets walloped, and Zuian with a wonderful teleport flank. They've put up the trap line, but watched out for the back door. Oh no, it's open. Think he can open it. Now goes anyone home and just wrecks their day. Oh, Zuian just TPs in. They go, wait, what? Where did Nar come from? Excellent TPs from this top lane of the day. Subbed in to replace 369 on next to no notice. He played about 6 series a couple years back and looked crap. He's looked anything but here for Top Esports across this split. It's so good. The trap line's still there, and Zuian goes absolutely berserk. Double into the wall. Cream follows up, saying thank you for the setup. Garlic gets out, but what do you do from over the wall at this point? The smite is won by TN as well, and JDG. The Dragon fights have been poor. I've been saying it for the 3 games straight. They draft a comp that should be absolute god tier at this stage of the game in the river. And it all goes so very wrong. Now, 4,000 gold lead, Baron and Soul denied. And you have got a siege comp. You're going to walk up with Baron, with Ziggs, with Hui, and you're going to say, you cannot walk at this turret because I will satchel it. This is going to be a really sucky Nature's Grasp. Jackie buffers through the CC by using the satchel and therefore body blocks it. Very nicely done. Bit of a poor ult there, I think. Jackie throws out a bouncing ball. Ooh, the Mega Inferno bomb. That's about a third of Gala's health, but only from the outer ring as well. Not even the sweet spot. Dark Binding lands. No real follow-up, though. The Gala can't walk up to proc a W on that. Zuian split pushing away. Just staying away. Keeping that. Those cannons just fine, and that gives the moment for TES to step in. Get a bonk down there. TN just deletes that one. On Top Esports, despite the early game woes, despite the Dragons and the objective stacking against them, may have just done critical damage to JDG. Knocking down the second place team from Winter into the lower bracket to join the first place team from Winter in BLG. Top Esports at International. Oh, it's begging to be true, isn't it? That last dragon fight will haunt JDG. How on earth did that last sort of 5-minute sequence where they force end in mid into Gala being forced to blow flash and goes into poor setups go awry? Junja's going to go in, but Fangua still got his ult. Look at the picture-in-picture. The Mega Inferno bomb to Gala. Vampire Honku all low. Junja now in danger himself. The Maokai to flash into his own base. They attempt the engage and find very little aside from a lot of pain, as Cream and Jackie just unleash the artillery. The range discrepancy is proving problematic, and Zuyan is now munching on Xiaoshu. The 2-level advantage is proving to be very, very obnoxious. Last inhibitor down. We've got 12 seconds on Baron. Well, now the last inhibitor is down. I spoke a little soon. TP behind. Here we go. They know it's happening. Jackie a little low. Throwing out some poke. They've got to have some idea. Cream puts out a fleeting current. Fongyue is body blocking this. He knows that there's probably the TP angle. They see him now. Devastating fire puts the artist signature on. Cream would like to sign it a little bit more violently. Won't turn into a Jackson Pollock. Winner goes to MSI, not this series, but a player of this series, yeah. But players of the series, yes. It gets you very close. I think you win. Is it one more series, and then in the upper bracket, and then you're guaranteed top 3? Is that the way it is? We double check. Double check. I think win one more series. You know, Zuyan's gonna get run at. Zuyan's gonna get run at. Well, maybe it is, you know. Double check. Zuyan gets knocked low and down. Full chase confirmed. Here come the rest of Top Esports. This might be a little farther. It's now 5v4. Winner of this versus WEAL goes to MSI. That's correct, yes. So next series. You win the next series against WE or AL, you do that. The problem is, look at the base, all of those minions. They full sent to get Zuyan. And their base is in shambles, so they can't get to the dragon because look, I think Jamie, this turret falls. It's gonna die. Oh, they get Zuyan, but at such hefty cost. And they can't now come over to this dragon. They just can't. Xiaoshu's Renekton is normally anything but useless. It's so good for this guy. Really struggle to get value later on. Now, Soul Point. Here's the flash. Not bad. That's pretty good. The Mega Inferno Bomb turns the damage back on the Vampire, but they get the kill on the Jackie. That's pretty huge. It's just not here yet. The Terror, the Spiraling Despair. They're all within it. Down goes Jonja. But they do get another kill to Fongyue. Vampire still really low guard. It's going to be very, very Zuyan. Flashes forward. Gets the kill onto Gala. And now Vampire's in danger. Zuyan with the boomerang from down under. A triple for Cream, who looks at JDG like they're his crop. Zuyan arrives late, but Mid arrives perfectly in time. And Top Esports confirm the 3-1. The flash to kill Jackie comes at the cost of the rest of the team in the game. Top Esports on top. Zuyan with a wonderful flank. Goodbye 369. Oh man, you do wonder, don't you? I think they might just stick with Zuyan at this point. He's been playing some great League of Legends. One of JDG or BLG is not making MSI, guys. One of the first-time representatives will be spending their time at home. Wow. Top Esports and JDG were theoretically vying for second place. It was always going to be a tough matchup. Oh, yes. A little bit of a celebration there. A little bit of celebration there. Compliment for Simi. Simi, I didn't mean the roast earlier. All I smell from you in chat is passion and good vibes. What an insane addition to the community. Thank you for being here. WE and Top Esports for LEC to have a chance. Possible, isn't it? That's crazy. We could have WE and Top Esports here, yeah. AL is going to be pretty pleased, I think. They're looking on pretty good form right now. AL will play WE, and we'll see how that goes. Will AL be brought into the jungle madness? I think Tarzan will be a tougher competitor in that style of game than BLG are. Because BLG into carry junglers that get fed and start doing crazy things on the map can sometimes get pulled into the madness and overextend and give the kind of game states that Monkey thrives in. Tarzan, a little bit more willing to tango and be dangerous with it. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to need a bit more water, I think. Keep my voice alive. That's my dinosaur page. If that happens, LCK's run away with it again? Possibly. We'll see. I wouldn't sleep on AL, and Top Esports... But depends whether this newish roster has a different DNA or not. Goodbye, guys. Well, nice having you in here. Of course, pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. Thank you for being here. Top Esports will win it all. Possible, isn't it? Which is kind of horrifying. They've definitely played the team fights better. JDG did not team fight well around those objectives today at all. Particularly the moment it hit 20 minutes. Repeated issues. Repeated issues. Thank you for throwing out those last bits of advice there. Folks, here's the deal here as well. The belt. Here's the deal. If you haven't followed already, please do consider following. Please do consider subscribing. I'll switch the camera off very shortly. I'm Initialise here on Nymaera's channel. We do this every day. Big damage numbers there from Top Esports. We'd love to have some bigger follower numbers and subscriber numbers to help keep doing this. As we keep going. Shanks versus Cube tomorrow, I believe so. Tune in tomorrow at 11 CEST, 10 UK to continue the LPL action. Thank you all for being here, guys. We'll wait and see who is on and go from there. Thanks for streaming for us with a rough voice. Not a problem. Not a problem. We'll hold on and see exactly who MVP is. Oh. Thanks for streaming stuff. Not a problem. We'll see you in the stream over. I was debating streaming myself, but I think I may regret that if I do. I kind of want to stream myself. Streaming this again tomorrow? I am, yes. Yes, I am. Here's the interview. Let's have a listen on. Boop. The great Jackie Love.
欢迎两位，也恭喜你们。其实我们采访开始之前还听解说老师们也说，虽然今天打的真是太好了，怎么样？最后其实是比较惊险的赢下来，你的团战发挥太亮眼了。赢下来之后是什么样的感觉？第一时间脑海中在想些什么？
就有点开心吧，然后很想去 MSI。 但是就感觉可能会心跳加速，但是好像确实没有心跳加速。
哦，哎，我们小天刚才也说，就说好像队友们还是蛮激动的，但是你在赢下来的时候还是很冷静的。但我们其实看最后是一个很难说谁能够赢下来的局面，但是你们非常漂亮，是以小奶油的4杀收尾。最后赢下来的时候，队友们当时在聊些什么呢？
大家确实都很兴奋吧。然后，其实我感觉还是蛮平静的。然后，至于我说了什么，感觉大家应该会看得到的。
哦，好的，我们到时候期待一下麦克风了。那同时，我们感觉这一场 BO5还是打得非常的精彩的，而且其实面对到你们非常非常熟悉的老对手京东，小天觉得这一场 BO5你们能够获胜最关键的一点会是什么呢？
这个 BO5感觉第一把我前面的设计有点差，然后第一把就很简单的输掉了。然后后面的话，后面几把我们打团上和那个英雄选上，我觉得都挺好的，然后我们就很简单的赢下来。
而且确实啊，团战每一波都有画面，而且提到团战，提到第2局就必须得聊一下我们资源非常帅的这个塞恩了。每一波你都是很及时的 TP 到位，然后包括说无论大招的释放还是对留人开团，每一波都打得完美无缺。你拿到塞恩这个英雄，你是怎么样的一些思路呢？
就做好对线，同时然后有 T 有大的时候就关注一下小地图吧，然后对面位置激进的话，就可以做出一些尝试。
每一波的尝试确实也非常的漂亮，而且我也想聊一下野区的一个博弈，因为我们也知道北京 JDG 很多时候他们都会靠俊家选手来带起野区的整体的一个节奏，所以说小天觉得今天和俊家几把博弈下来，你更加关注或者说注意的点会是哪些呢？
第一把的话，感觉主要是自己玩的有点差，然后后面的话，我觉得队友也帮我，然后我英雄也没有吃什么压力，所以觉得今天野区上的对局其实蛮平淡的吧。
但是啊，你们的团战可一点都不平淡。那我们赶紧聊一下后面的团战，因为其实3、4局都有非常让人印象深刻的小龙团战。那第3把是第3条小龙的时候，你们直接团灭了对手，可以说从那个时候胜利的天平就向你们这边倾斜了。所以说想问一下小天，你们在团战大家无论是落位还是沟通，一般会是怎样的呢？
我觉得这就是我们队伍现在的特点吧，就是打团比较有上限吧，我觉得。然后，其实有的时候那种团看着其实蛮难赢的，但是大家操作一下好像就赢了。
好像是如果是滔博的话，我们总会相信你们能够在每一波团战当中创造奇迹。而且第3把的话，对面也有一个上路蛮网的一个选择，其实在对线的时候也会给到你一些压力，但是能够感觉到来到团战，每一波他都被你们拉扯得非常的难受。所以说针对到对面这个点的话，你们有进行什么样的一些设计吗？
就想好好度过前期吧，但是前面有点失误。就他这个英雄带点火加从人出穿甲的话，就团战会比较笨嘛，就好好处理他就行。 他不会有什么杀伤力。
也是非常非常的冷静，而且其实我们觉得最安这个赛段来到滔博，而且感觉你每一次的发挥都会给大家带来很多的惊喜，无论是你的英雄池、你的团战的处理，然后你每一波对于局势的判断，你会觉得整个这一赛段到目前为止和哥哥们的配合下来，自己有什么样的一些进步或者说收获呢？
就中期的更多内容吧，就团战啊、兵线会做得更好。
那小天呢？其实因为我们都能感觉到，现在整个的滔博，就如你所说，很多的团战画面，只要是你们，我们总感觉能够看到有非常亮眼的一个发挥。其实我还记得你在4月份刚开始的采访当中也说到，队伍在整个赛段的初期是有过一些波折的，但是大家没有放弃，不断的去努力。所以说到现在为止，你会觉得大家最多的一些变化或者成长会是什么？我们能从这个滔博身上期待到哪些内容呢？
觉得大家多期待我们的新人吧。就是其实一开始我对我们的新人也没有太多要求，但他们每次都能超出我的预期，所以我觉得非常满足。大家打得都很好。
那你其中的一位新人就站在你的身旁，要不要2位就互相夸一夸彼此？来吧，今天你夸最安，特别是他第2把的这个赛恩，然后包括说最后像纳尔啊，都发挥很亮眼，夸一下他。
最安很可靠，我觉得非常可靠，好吧。
那其实很多时候也能感觉到你们的上野发挥都非常的亮眼，所以说最安觉得自己在滔博的过程当中，小天作为哥哥有给你怎么样的一些指引或者说帮助吗？
就帮助的话，就把对面打野位置爆出来吧。
没错，这就非常的关键，对吧？在游戏内的指引，在生活当中，大家也是非常好的大家庭。那虽然刚才也说想要进 MSI， 那距离 MSI， 距离你的第一个 LPL 的决赛舞台就只有一个 BO5。我们还不知道你们的对手会是谁，但是如果就你来讲，你想给大家展现出什么样的一个面貌呢？
就平常心一点吧，然后把握好机会。
那对于小天呢，也是我们最后一个问题，再赢一把就进决赛，要对大家说些什么？
之前发微博说要进 MSI， 感觉现在快要兑现诺言了，我会继续努力。
好的，也希望我们的金句大王一定会为大家兑现这个诺言，也希望你们能够在下一个 BO5， 在未来无数场比赛当中，一直都能发挥非常的亮眼，好，一直期待你们。再次的恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，也感谢我们的2位选手来接受我们的赛后采访。接下来，让我们把画面交给解说席。
Awesome to hear from, of course, Jackie Love, and I believe that's New Blood Zwian as well. Thank you there for sticking around for us. We'll turn the camera back on briefly. One last call to people who have not done the follow or the subscribe thing. Please do continue to do that. If you guys have got the ability to drop a subscription, to make sure you're following the channel, makes a massive difference to myself and Alex's ability to keep doing this for all of you back home. So thank you to all those who do help us out. Until then, though, guys, I will bid you all adieu. Back tomorrow for WEAL, and that should be a really fun matchup to track. But from myself, of course, Nymaera, who is off doing things for a few days, we wish you a wonderful rest of your day, and we'll find someone to raid you over to YouTube and Anivia chat. We'll end the stream here. Twitch chat, as said, we'll find somewhere else for you guys to go park and celebrate. Send our love, and have a great time. Until tomorrow, folks, bye-bye. Congratulations to Zwian for the MVP. See who gets the player of the match as well. But honestly, guys, I'm feeling a bit tired, so we might just wait this one. Thank you all for sticking around. And we shall bid